Hello, chat. Damn, my test messages. Test. Test. Fuck. Hello, Will Hanima. Oh no. Hello, Danny. Hello, Tiger's Vault. Okay, it's fixed. It's fixed. It's fixed. We fixed it. Alright, I'll be right back. I boiled some water for ramen. Because I am cold. So I need a hot snack. And I figured rather than prepare and eat before, I do it while people trickle in. Get hugged. Hello, Ryan, how are you? What's fixed? I was just having a chat problem. Not a problem with like chatters, a problem with chat itself. With the physical mechanics that I had to deal with. Tech issues. Not even really tech issues, just tech problem? Streamlabs is weird. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fork. Back. I'll say this, you know, while people are still trickling in, right? Because I have been very, critical, I think is the word for it, of the game story. I've said I think the story sucks ass. How about that? We're only at the prologue. I got here so early, right? So, this is the most interested I have been in the Cerulean Crescent story since I started playing. Or, like, it would be, because I was thinking about this, right? Like, at the end of the last stream, we finished chapter 25 and got booted into prologue. That's interesting, right? That's interesting. Or we finished chapter 26 and got booted into prologue, I think. Yeah, we finished chapter 26 and got booted into a chapter called Prologue. We've never played, there has not been a prologue yet, right? Like, that's kind of interesting. I also saw the first frame of the upcoming cutscene, and it has the princess, who is Wisp. Wisp, the weird, like, ghost character that's been with us, is the princess. The princess we've heard, like, all this backstory stuff about, right? That's, you know, kind of an interesting premise, right? What's going on. But I was thinking about this as I was getting ready to stream, right? And I realized I don't care. And I think the reason I realized I don't care is because the game has repeatedly demonstrated, right, that it doesn't want me to care about any of this, about any of the characters, about any of the world building, about any of the plotting. It has time and time and time and time again hammered into me two messages. The first is, if you care about the stakes that we're establishing, if you care about these characters' arcs and motivations and whatnot, we don't care, and you're going to be disappointed because we're going to resolve every conflict and character moment by saying, wouldn't it be funny if a skeleton appeared out of nowhere and killed this person, right? Wouldn't it be funny if a cannonball killed this person? If we set up this conflict between these two people, and we were, just when we were getting ready to explore the relationship that we've laid the groundwork for, a cannonball killed one. And so, like, I've been trained not to, like, I think if I cared about Ellery and I cared about Mince, beyond just giving him the funny voice, right? This would be a highlight. Because the meta stuff, the getting booted back to Prologue and realizing Wisp, this ghost that's been with us, like, that we don't really have an explanation for, is the princess. Like, that's got parts of my brain working, but then immediately I'm followed up by, but the game, like, it doesn't care, right? It doesn't care. So I am stopping myself from getting invested in these mysteries because the mysteries are going to be resolved by, at least what the game has trained me to believe, is the mysteries will be resolved by, wouldn't it be funny if generic soldiers solved this problem for us, right? And then the other thing is that I'm not invested in Ellery's story because Ellery is like, it's conditioning you not to care. Exactly. And then Ellery is like the most unlikable character, and I don't need like a goody two-shoes protagonist. In fact, I think an anti-hero or like even villain protagonist can be more interesting if done well, but Ellery is not done well. Ellery is just kind of an asshole, and she's not just an asshole to like all the people around her, because the response, since I've been sort of vocal about, like, my dislike of the story, has been, like, you know, oh, you know, it's Ellery just doesn't care about these people. She's using them as disposable and stuff, right? But, like, Ellery also is an asshole to the player on, like, a meta level, because she's constantly, and it's part of this conditioning you not to care thing. I feel like in almost every cutscene, Ellery is just, like, interrupting to say, yada, 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 who fucking cares? And it's like, supposedly I care. If I'm reading this fucking story, I'm supposed to care. I want to care. But I don't know. I guess, like, I mean, it is at the very least the most interested I've been in the story. Like, the meta, whatever the fuck is going on, I want to know, but I also just, I don't fucking know. I don't care about these fucking characters, y'all. I told you, princess. I'm a matter of stealth. You don't believe me. My brother's thugs have gotten real careless after my alleged death. But yes, I admit, I was totally wrong. You're pretty darn sneaky. I have to be if I want to bring in the freshest cuts of meat. Ellery should be in this cell. Can you get her out? On it, princess. I'll apply the universal lockpick. It's just the axe. Mince? Princess? How were you here? They said you were already dead. What can I say? Your princess is just a little too good at everything.
Get out of the cell. We're breaking out. My universal lockpick wasn't as quiet as I thought, Princess. I think they found us. No matter. We'll just go south and sneak into one of the many tunnels of the catacombs. I thought all hope had been lost. It brings me no greater joy than to see you again. I love you too, Ellery, but let's get a move on. We can get sappy later. So it's Wisp, right? But she has different abilities, but the princess is Wisp. And the fact she's only named Princess, like, again, it would be interesting. The game seems to pull a protagonist doesn't care. And the thing is, like, you know, that works in Doom 2016 with the Doom Marine because Doom 2016 was not interested in telling a deep story. And that's part of why, you know, Doom Eternal is so much worse, is Doom Eternal tries to then be like, but remember that lore we told you not to care about? You should care now. And that's kind of what this is. Like, in order to get the story, you have to... It wants you invested, but then it doesn't want you to care, right? Why do you have +2 move, -4 defense in red? Oh, Plucker's Gift. You have the Plucker's Gift. Alright, we will Iron Bow you with Mints. And I guess we Lance Reaver the Soldier? I want to see the princesses. Okay, so she's got the Gecko animation. She's a duelist. I wonder if maybe you go back to the prologue and in so doing, it gives you the means to avoid the things that stop character growths in their tracks. What do you mean by that? To be clear, we're not, like, restarting the game. This is just, it booted us to a chapter called Prologue, because it's doing, like, something? Something spooky is going on. Something strange in the neighborhood, I guess you would say. So they start schmoovin'. Oh no, wait! I forgot Leash is Nosferatu. I thought Mince would kill on enemy phase. He did not kill on enemy phase. Oh no! Doubled? Doubled and dead. Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh, right. We only took the one turn. I forgot. This is Cerulean Crescent. Even with only 3 units, your turns are 1,000,000 years long. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, you kill this guy. I can't believe a cerulean crescent turn takes longer than the wait for Silk Song. I've been sitting on it, and I don't know if I just disagree with the story being bad, or if I have a tolerance for it being bad, because none of the stuff you said as flaws registered to me. I was never not invested in the plot. I don't feel like Ellery is an ass. I mean, like, obviously you're allowed to have a different opinion than me, but I don't know how you come to the conclusion that, like, the person who's sacrificing her soldiers isn't being an asshole. Like, that's sort of like her whole ordeal, right? Like, she cares about only herself. As far as, like, the investment thing, I mean, I think that... I think if the story is constantly building things up only to, quote-unquote, subvert expectations or whatever the fucking term for it is, like, that is just the easiest way to get the audience to not care. Was there always this much dungeon back here? Where do we go? It's a large place, Ellery. Now, I don't remember exactly where those tunnels are. Don't scare me like this, Princess. No need to worry. I'm just sure a bit of looking. We'll be out of here in no time. Oh, okay, there's y'all. Oh, there's the scary shadow people too. Alright, so you do this. Ellery cares about the princess. I mean, this is literally the first chapter where the princess has existed. I'm not sure that, like, that changes things. I also think, like, you can view most people in the world as, like, super expendable. Like, even assholes care about someone, right? The new objective is Ellery exits, just Ellery. Yeah, I mean, we know Mince, it, like, survives this obviously. Because people other than Ellery comment on Mince, right? So it's not like a Sixth Sense type, I see dead people type deal. Why is there fog on the map? We opened the door. I think it's a Thracia reference. If I had to guesstimate. Oh, there's like... You're also a thing. You're a spooky person. You don't move neither. Okay, we will heal you. Oh, you're going for the princess? We'll prepare to get rapiered. I don't know how much the game doesn't want you to care about the world building and lore, because I respect the things it set up, even if it does it for anticlimaxes or jokes. Oh, can we not kill you? Can Fanian kill you? Are you just, like, invincible? Yeah, you can't be killed. Invincible. Reduce damage taken to 0. Okay. Well, we just gotta avoid you. We just gotta avoid you, I guess. I mean, like... If you're trying to tell a serious story, if you're trying to do something more than just meme around, and, like, maybe this is the disconnect, maybe y'all just, like, want memes, right? But I think if you're telling a joke, economy of words is important. But if you want something other than memes, why are we constantly, like, setting up Okay, these are these characters. Here's why they're important. Here's their relationships with each other. But then rocks fall and everyone dies. I think I can't envision a world in which that is not, like, why are we supposed to care, right? Why are we supposed to care about that? A shiver ran down my spine right now. Princess, do you feel like something's off? I know these passages like the back of my hand. We'll be out of here in no time. It's not quite what I mean. I don't know. It's just not right. No need to be so worried, my dear Ellery. With our pace and our massive head start, we'll be on the seas before Maurice and his cronies have a chance to notice. Alright, you know best. Another thief there. You have a killer weapon of some sort? The Rondel Dagger. We'll just rapier you. I like the story, but it feels bogged down. It is also, like, way too verbose for its own good. It's the Engage problem, right? Of, like, regardless of what you think about Engage's story quality or whatever, you know, people who like it, people who hate it or whatever, there's the chickens. It is impossible to deny... Oh, Wisp is here. Wisp is... The actual Wisp is here. Like, we know Wisp is Princess. Can I exit? And we can Spirit Slayer you? Whether you like or hate Engage's story, it's kind of impossible to deny that it is, like, super wordy in a way that it doesn't need to be. And that's the problem here, is, like, regardless of whether, like, even if you know, you disagree with the various claims I make about, like, you know, well, if the game tells me not to care, why should I care, right? And all that stuff. You can't deny that it's super wordy where it doesn't need to be. Like, why use 10 words when 100 would suffice? Wisp is the Jagan of the prologue! No, she's the Goto of the prologue. She showed up at the end. Wait, why are you going up? Are the chickens allies? What's going on? I can kill you. You go over here. That's the safe spaces. So you go here. You get that. Here come the chickens. Oh. Yeah, here they come. Oh, the archer is... What is the... Okay, the chickens are an other phase. What are the chickens doing? So the exit's not at the bottom. There's the exit. Okay. Okay, so we can start shoving Ellery, I guess? Okay, that archer is... He loves the chickens. That archer wants a chicken stew. He loves those chickens. Okay, so we can keep... No! Yeah, we can go there. Mince can go here. I mean, I can... No, I can't escape with the princess. It has to be just Ellery, I guess. I guess we'll go here? The chickens are also invincible, yeah. But the archer just wants to smooch them on the lips. He's not a fighter, he's a lover. Clearly. This is appropriately spooky. If only I played this in Halloween. Oh, wait, there's a boss there. One of the Shadow Soldiers is a boss. And the chickens love him. Didn't we kill this guy? Prince Jessio's only remotely competent subordinate. Yeah, we killed. That's the guy. That's the broken legs guy, I think. Yeah. There's multiple escape points, too. That's not an escape point. Unless... Nope, waiting does not... Okay, so then is she dead? Are we dead? Oh, wait, that's not... Oh, that's Princess, not Ellery. Oh, I got confused. Wait, I might have just fucked it up. I might have just borked it. Dodge! No! Princess, please get up. Ellery, keep running. No, I can't go further. All my precious tools of the trade are right here, all accounted for. Why do I still have the nagging since I've lost something important? Ellery's fate has been severed. Do not overwrite this save file if you wish to see the end of her turn. Wait, what? Did we find another secret ending? Hold on. I'm making a save state. Endgame B Unbroken. What the fuck? Wait, now Auron's the chief again? Chief, why are you napping here of all places? Chief, feels like no one's called me that name in ages. No idea what you mean, but Archstage Nerissa calls for you. Past week has taken quite a toll on me. I ought not be late to this negotiation. We're suing for peace after all. Isn't that what the defeated do? We may have scored a few victories, but without the element of surprise, future battles risk heavy casualties. Shame. I was hoping for a noble skull as a trophy. You've surprised me, Chief Auron. For a man capable of such devastating victory, I would assume you'd demand far more compassion in settling this dispute. I just wanted this conflict to be over. If that means letting your house go unpunished for this crime, so be it. We've already paid enough of a price for our folly. There's little more to add. Our fleet shall depart by the next morning. The Crescent will not be so merciful for a second transgression, Lady Rosetta. Ensure your cronies do not set foot on the Crescent, or sink our ships again. I understand. You're in control of most of the Crescent, Chief Auron. Envious but dangerous position. Your struggles will not end with our departure. That will be my business, Lady Rosetta. Has Instructor Circe slept for good? Yes, young lady. She's rather displeased with your decision to abandon the Crescent. Then so be it. It's madness to gamble what we still have on merely a chance of victory. We've already left far too much on this ill-thought-out plan, which I approved. Do not weigh yourself down with guilt. Even if you did not approve of your father's plan, he would have forced it anyways. Regardless, I must take responsibility as the current head of House Heron. Even if the start of my tenure is marked by an unprecedented disaster, I have many years ahead of me. Rest assured, Sir Speedbill, I shall lead House Heron to a prosperous future, no matter what it takes. I will be sure to live long to see that future. You should have pushed them for more. It was obvious they did not want to continue this war any more than we did. Perhaps I could have, but I was overcome with the desire to end things quickly. The Heron Lady's words are truthful. You are now the Guild's primary foe. One day shall see more conflict if we wish to maintain our position. I suppose I'm too hopeful in wanting to return to peaceful life before this war. You are. There's no true time of peace, only temporary ceasefire. I miss the freedom of not having responsibility. Nerissa, watch out! Oh shit, the circle's here. They got their umbral edge, though. Assassin! Defend the chieftain! Enemies have collapsed the way behind us! The guild strikes so soon? Damn it all, what is this? My staves aren't functioning! There's something out there interfering with the very field of magic in this area. It's not just the guild. Some of our own men. They're blockading us. Demanding Chief Orin's head for the claims of having betrayed Orinde. What is this nonsense? Desiring peace of betrayal? Does Dune lead these villainous sycophants? It's Dune, Arcsage. May her flesh rot and her bones snap. I've bandaged Orin, but it's a deep wound, requires magical healing. We'll just have to push the way through and get Orin to safety. Good plan. This land tolerates no treachery to Orinde. Dune believes she is simply using us, yet she shall be unwittingly be the instrument of Orinde's destruction. Really exemplifies the daftness of those Orinde meatheads. Good plan, Guildmaster, but do I really need to be here? I have no idea how to use a ballista or lead a battle. You've always wanted to be more involved in the guild's business. I'm granting you that opportunity. I meant more in... Yes, Guildmaster. Cannibal, is the artifact in working order? Yes, staff's on lockdown shortly. Good. We shall tend to other matters. Oates, Mitchell, this battle is yours to see through. Mitch, you fought a battle before? Never in my life. Used to be a half-decent poacher, though. Then follow my lead. Stand at the very rear and hope for the best. Sounds like a sound plan as any. Orin loses 4 max HP every turn. Stabs are disabled on this map. What the fuck? Wait! Is this... This is the actual... Okay, so he actually has... This is who I trained up, but like, Nerissa and Orin are here instead of... Wait! What the fuck? Should have bought elixirs. This is my actual army, but no Ellery. Is Mince here? No Mince. Ellery and Mince are dead. They died in the escape. Makes sense they wouldn't be here. I think everyone else... There must be more people unaccounted for. Oh, is this just Oriana's group? No, it's not just Oriana's group. Because, like, Caligo and Igo, Yvette, Wisp... Wisp being here is weird, though. Wisp is, like, tied to Ellery. Mm. Hold on. Oh, you know what I'm realizing? The reason Mince isn't here is this is just Ellery's group. There's no Oriana group units here, are there? Yeah. Oriana's daughter is alive somehow. Hold on, I'm still eating because I need some warm food. So, here's the confusing thing, right? Is that, like, we know if Ellery isn't the captain of the Seahawks, the delving into the tomb fails, right? From the other bad ending, we know that the expedition fails without Ellery. So what I'm wondering is why is Crynia alive and why is Rahesia alive? In this alt timeline. Just wait and see. Ah, so it gets explained. So I'm not just nitpicking. There is actually something to it. Okay. Okay. The food was good, by the way. Thank you for asking. Guess we go with that. I mean, fuck it. You know, we'll do bad ending today. I made the save state so we can do good ending. Well, I don't know if this is bad ending, right? You know, it's like, is this truly the bad ending? Like, without Ellery here to fuck everything up, maybe it doesn't do that bad. It's alternate timelines, anything can happen. The assassin has snuck in. The assassin has snuck in. Now is the time to be strong. This is the culmination of my journey. My sister asked me to lend her my strength, and I will prove myself. And the sister's chalice, right? I didn't and still don't understand why the chief chose you as his successor over me. His own daughter. Your compromising ways weaken what Orinda has always stood for. It is a disgrace. It is disgraceful of me to use the guild for my ends, while you leave me little choice. And no hard feelings, Orin, but I'm picking the winning side. I always come out on top. Oh! That's Orin's delegation, isn't it? Why are they skirmishing with Orinda's troops? I think I see the guild over there with them, over in the distance. It's looking bad for him. I should have known the guild to make a move after negotiations, but so soon? And who could have turned Orin's own soldiers against him with such speed? What do we do, Commander? I vote we leave quietly. You go call for the rest of our men. And I doubt they'll make it, but worth a try. Got it. You're coming with me. We're gonna go save the chief. But I was the one who voted to leave. Wine produced. So Inari is here with just like a default inventory, the wine value, and then Frostfires, random halberdier, random generic infantry. Oh. We're getting Orin descriptions. Wait. Because Orin is the POV character now. Oh, that's cool. Orin POV, you are suffering from a major stab wound. It's just the same for everything. Yeah, I figured I would check the assassin who's like made their way in case it was like, you bastard or something, but no. I figured it's worth a shot, right? Like maybe at this point Orin is suffering from blood loss or being drunk. It's blood loss. It's blood loss. Definitely blood loss. Alright, we Thunderbolt you. Dustabba. This music is pretty good too. Oh my goodness, why are you so bad, Kalugo? I like the free OV flavor text angle. I'd be happy to see more hacks with it. It is really cool. It is really cool. I like it a lot, especially since like the multiple viewpoints, you get like different people's POV. I mean, not that like, oh, I'm bleeding out is like deep or whatever, but it's funny, right? Like it is what's actually happening. Oh, I'm bleeding out. If I had just been fucking stabbed by someone who teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid, I feel like I would also probably say, oh, I'm bleeding out. So at the very least, it's a fucking relatable moment. Mr. Super Bolting. I love having a Staff Force Lord who can't use staves. Wait, oh no! We can't use fucking... Oh, I just didn't even put it in our inventory. Well, Foxberry's useless. I didn't even think about the fact that her chain hook is literally a staff, according to the game. Foxberry isn't useless. She can probably double things. Maybe that 30% crit rate will happen. Are Nerissa and Orin's descriptions the same? Probably not. I should check. It'd be really funny if the descriptions were literally just, I'm bleeding out! Help! I'm bleeding out! Oh shit. Oh god fucking damn it. My phone went off, so I instinctively checked it. There was a shooting. Another one. I hate this country. Not to be a downer, but fuck the United States of America. Surprise attack is actually good. Surprise attack is the flanking one, right? It's the flanking maneuver. Foxberry's funny for being immune with a pincer attack gimmick, but she gets reduced to chain hook go burr. In fairness, like, if you're using her for trainee purposes, the chain hook is also just free experience, right? Like, that's free real estate. You know? So it's not, like, bad. Also, that's the chopper, he who chops. I just realized that's why this guy's so tough. Hey Foxberry, I'm getting you some experience in the timeline we're going to erase. It refreshes every map. Why would I not use every charge? Exactly, right? Like, even if you're just doing the Foxberry training project thing, I think that the chain hook is, like, a useful part of her kit for that, too. He who chops. More like he who gets chopped by Foxberry. Got him! Oh, you're a fucking ballista bitch. Oh, that's obnoxious. And Oily Oats is just over here. Freeze, freeze, longbow. I also appreciate Thyme betraying Auron because Thyme is just consistently the worst. Yeah, Thyme is Thyme is bad. Thyme is bad, parentheses affectionate. Does everyone have Kanto Plus? Is this secretly horse or no horse emblem? I mean, everyone has Kanto. Cavaliers have Kanto Plus, and like mounted units, not just Cavaliers. Anyone mounted has Kanto Plus. Go, generic! Armors also have Kanto Plus. Yes, armors also have Kanto Plus. Okay, we'll dice you. Congratulations, you are now Dan. Fucking Sal's surprise. Wait. Melee infantry. Okay, so you're not considered melee. Understandable. Have a nice day. Brutal Talon you. Shoot you in the face. Yeah, we can't use the... They give us fucking Miss Rapid Injector for free on the map where the map gimmick turns off her character gimmick. You hate to see it. They hate to see a bad bitch win. Alright, come over here, librarian. Her other gimmick is still active. 0 AS enemies. Surely this will help. Now we can double the armor knights. Oh, wait. Now we can double the ballistas. Oh, wait. Character gimmick, more like manual labor mode. What the fuck does that mean? Chat, help. I don't understand. Big Bird's so epic. I love him. Sorbet's also epic. I also don't understand it. I'm the one who made it up. Alright, none of you double, and Dasmasha is the farthest. So you go here with an iron sword, or iron blade, rather. We'll Thunderbolt you. I used her on my run. She's very much just kind of workable stats. Yeah, she's got like fine stats, right? Like I don't think she's on the same level of Foxberry where it's like, oh, the whole reason you existed is now like whatever, like what's the point, right? Like Foxberry is literally a fucking waste of a deployment slot. Whereas like Onari will do like Onari will feel like a unit in a regular Fire Emblem game. But feeling like a unit in a regular Fire Emblem game is like absolute scrub behavior in Cerulean Crescent. What do you mean she gets 1 action per turn and just has fucking stats? What do you mean? That's awful! What do you mean she has good stats and kills things and she doubles everyone because she's a hero? That's awful! You know? What do you mean she doubles in 1 round 2/3 of the enemies I have to fight? What a fucking loser! Awful! You couldn't give the generic a portrait so we don't have to stare at the glitchy mess. Thanks, game. I think it is worth remembering that this game is built on Fire Emblem the Sacred Stones. And that there is a limitation to the amount of data that can be put inside of a copy of Fire Emblem the Sacred Stones. And that 2.0 had to, like... Didn't 2.0 have to, like, delete some shit to make room for all the personals and whatnot? I think it's absolutely fine that this game does not have a portrait for the generic, even though it does result in a bit of a glitch. Contribution from Foxberry! Rahesia is low tier. Wait, Rahesia is considered low tier? Really? Is Auron losing max HP? Yeah, that's what the tooltip at the beginning of the map told me. We gotta escort him, like, to safety. For that reason. She's good when you get her, but all she does is one-shot, and a lot of the late-game enemies have crit protection. Oh, you're right. There's so much crit protection. You're right. I mean, look, I'm using basically the worst version of her, the Armor Knight, whose crit ability is, like, conditional, right? So, like, I don't know if I have room to talk about that, though. This map really did just say, let's turn off half of the characters' fucking gimmicks. Oh, Kalugo's dead. And nobody cared. Yo, he dodged! Gamer moment. Oh, never mind. Fools, pawns, the lot of you. If I have no life to remember, then I can't have any regrets. And yet... Alright. Time for our queen's time to shine. Pride in our bloodline. I could not foresee it would be my downfall. This is no duel between honored fighters. This is merely a bloody fight to survive. Rah! I'm sorry, my goat. I'm so sorry, my goat. Strength. Am I not strong enough? Or was this inevitable? Oh, you have bows. Fudge nuggets. I guess what we can do is... I mean, look, this is bad ending, right? So we know we're not... Like, it doesn't matter if people die. So we can just, like, let people die, right? As soon as... What am I doing? Facade of being a humble merchant is long faded. As soon as Kalugo died, I realized, like, why am I bothering to keep people alive? We're going for bad ending anyway. Let's just let them all die. Let them all die! Excelblum strats! Foxberry, I have a new job for you! Shoutouts to 100% Growth's Dune in the LTC. 100% Growth's LTC Dune sounds crazy. Is Lifis a Goto? Hell yeah. The Goto of them all. Lifis is a Goto, by which I mean he goes to jail. John doesn't even have a death quote! Oh, right, I forgot halberdiers get axes in this. Fuck me. I'm never gonna remember that. I'm never gonna remember that. It's a cool change, but I'm never gonna remember it. Oh no, librarian's dead! Oh, maybe not. I guess we'll see. Oh, come on, Wisp. You couldn't have dodged that? John Fire Emblem is kill. This is truly the bad ending. Halberdiers getting axe is the funniest CC troll to fuck with your muscle memory. I mean, it feels like the sort of thing that should be in a fucking Kaizo hack and nothing else. Especially given how important Weapon Triangle is in this game. What the fuck, Wisp, you fucking bitch! I swear to God, Wisp, if you fail to dodge another, like, sub 30, sub 40, I'm gonna turn this stream into a fucking early 2000s COD lobby. I was a bit too eager, it seems. 30 years is a long time to have not been fighting. Wisp heard we're letting people die and said bet. She's missing the Ellery support. How much gold can I pay you to shove it? Yo, even weakened Wisp kills Thyme. Get wrecked, loser! Rats, what good is picking the winning side if I die? God, I did not think I would be seeing combat. I should probably check the Orin description. Everything is paint. Yeah, it's all the same. Okay. As anticipated. There's a fucking Badao guy over there. Alright, Foxberry, I've got a job for you. Actually doing decent damage. Oh, is it because of... It's because of the pincer attack, isn't it? Unari! What the hell? That was rude, Unari. You were not... You're not. No. Silverbow, you. The 1RN moments are very aggressive today. This is the bad ending after all. We have to get deaths out of the way. Kill the ballista. Alright, Wisp has done her job. If Wisp dies, that's fine. She's killed the ballista. She just wanted to make money. Why? Simply crit. Yes! Big bird! Bird the Based. What a silly guy. Yes, silence Unari! As if it's bad enough she can't use that one staff that she has, but we have to silence her anyway because she's technically still a staff user? Evil. Evil behavior. Absolutely evil behavior. Alright, we can get Orin out of here. Foxberry somehow survived the massacre. Orin's through! The rest of you make haste! Except for the ones I let die. I can't thank you enough. You owe no allegiance to Rinde. You arrived in our time of need. Orin and I go far back. It's the least I could do. I can see why my husband spoke so highly of you. Unfortunately, this is where we must part ways. We're leaving the Crescent. You'd abandon Arinde. What would Orin think of this? We've done all we can for that town, yet Arinde disappoints us again and again. Even if Orin holds any remaining attachment, I will not allow him to head back in danger. Your mind is set, I see. And the Crescent, you understand what might become of it? It's not too late for you to jump ship yourself, Commander Unari. What now, Unari? Can Frosthaven stand alone? They've broken through. Orin's delayed death is inconsequential compared to Arinde's dismemberment. All of our major rivals have been destroyed. House Heron is no longer in any position to control us. A golden era comes to Yalmanzar. I am grateful to see it arrive in my lifetime. I would like to return to work. Allow me some time to ramble, Cannibal. It is a necessary part of growing old. Not for me. epilogue, the taste of victory. We did it! SpongeBob, we saved the city! 2 years in this place, searching fruitlessly. Even now, I can't bring myself to believe Ellery died silently. She must be hiding somewhere, biding her time, surely. We rushed all the way back to Yelensar, only to see the invasion is already at its end. My bones ache. I don't recall why we need to return with such haste. We sailed all this way. You didn't exert yourself at all? I had to raise the sails. My point stands. I suppose this is a better outcome than I would have predicted. House Heron has retreated, and most of the Crescent is still standing, but Arinde lost. Isn't it absurd? Arinde did so well against this impossible threat, and was immediately pulled apart by an internal struggle. I know Chief Orin couldn't hold things together for long. Didn't have the same brutality as his predecessors. Arinde must be such a mess right now. I intend to head back there and help sort things out, I suppose? I won't let the guild dominate the Crescent. I thought you believed the politics of the Crescent were behind us. Arinde is still my hometown. I won't stand idly by and let the guild get away with what they've done. Even with the tide still out there, you're giving up on the source? I can no longer hide behind the veil of neutrality when Crynia has picked her lot. The search for the tide can wait for another day, another adventure. Better reason than most. Not much else for me to do, and Arinde has pretty good beer. Captain, Tower, I thought about this last night and came to a decision. I intend to settle in Arinde and leave the traveling life behind. We're planning on the same. After all, there's no need for adventurers with Quillian dead. So Quillian is behind the monsters. I suspected as much from, the few cutscenes we've gotten. Oh, fantastic. I had a whole farewell speech and everything planned. Glad I no longer needed to use it. I'll miss your cooking and all your miscellaneous positive attributes. That's what I would have said. I love my miscellaneous positive attributes. Why Arinde, Mince? Just for familiarity? It was a friendly place, and Ellery's there too. We came here together. Feels right to stay with her. That's a tragedy. She was lost to us as far as too soon. I think she'd be happy to see how far you've come, Mince. She had the makings of a competent captain. She left behind so many unfulfilled dreams. Hopefully she can rest easy in the beyond. Palm, has the situation gotten any better? Everyone's still running around like headless chickens. From what I hear, the chief and the Archsage are gone for good. What about that one guard captain person? Isn't she next in line? That's what I was coming over to report. Killed in her sleep last night. I'm glad we kept to ourselves. Too much to be targets. Hello, Lindros. I'm glad you two are doing fine. Crynia, welcome. Be careful out there. Even the guard captain died recently. Heard the news. What a sad way for such a strong warrior to go. I don't know how long the chaos will go on, or if the next chief will even give us the time of day. I hate this uncertainty. Indeed, all this chaos must end. Pamela, Lindros, will you support me to become Arinde's new chief? You? You're still young. How could Arinde accept you as chief? I won't let that stop me. I served with Arinde under Chief Orin's guidance. I've won battles against House Heron. I can lead on the names of my mother and grandmother. And more importantly, I can burn challengers to a crisp. But I need your support. You two were in the chief's confidence for some time. Your word means a good deal. It's not just a question of strength. Are you sure you want the responsibility? Are you willing to make this commitment? I am. I'm no simple-minded youth. You're good friends of Mother. I trust you more than others. Once I'm chief, you'll be able to continue your projects as with Orin, even in these tougher times. You understand how to immediately get my interest. Lyn, don't be hasty. Crynia, even if you manage to become chief, it would put you in more danger. The only winner of this war has been the guild, and they want Arinde gone. If House Heron ever decides to come back, we'd be totally doomed. I know that. But Arinde has been my home and my family's home for all these years. I will put my life on the line to defend it. Where better than its forefront? You've convinced me. She's Oriana's daughter, and a dragon to boot. Palm, you have no need to play the patronizing adult. If you're committed to the idea, then all I can do is give you my full support. Thank you. Let's do this. Let's save Arinde. What in heaven's name happened to my story? My main character? Why is Orden suddenly important when he was just some nobody? Has the years of isolation finally taken its toll on my mind? Chief Dorothy. Unbroken Cycle. That's my LTC, 215 turns, baby. I think I win. I win the award. We beat the game. Oops, did they just spoil? I mean, like, it's something I'd basically figured out anyway, and I care so little about this dog shit story. I don't care. Like, I'm sorry, if the game itself gets mad at you for investment in the story, I'm not gonna get invested in the story. That's just sort of how it be. Oh, I have to redo the whole Prison Break again? Okay. I guess I save stated a bit too late. Gotta disagree about the game's writing, I love it. Yeah, I mean, that's what chat seems to think. I'll be honest, this is the first time I've ever had I've ever played a game where the story has actively gotten in the way of my enjoyment. It's that bad. The Quillen part is the most interesting thing, so it caught me off guard that they kind of just mentioned it. It does not feel out of character for a story that, like, seems to detest any amount of investment into its world or characters, to just sort of, like, offhandedly mention something like that, right? Were you interested in the mystery, but you played the bad ending first? Well, I guess we're just gonna spoil it. It feels very much in line with, you know, the issues I've taken with this story, where let's build up something interesting. And then undercut it because fuck you for caring. This chapter used to only be accessible after the Quillen part, so I don't know why it got moved, TBH. I wouldn't know anything about that, but... you know, this is where it is now, right? The bad endings consistently bring up other plot threads. For example, the Chapter 7 bad ending brings up the Civil War, so I wonder if they're just expected to be played later. I mean, I feel like if that was the case, and again, you cared about people being invested in the story, which I don't think this game does, you would make them New Game Plus exclusive. I also don't think, like, Chapter 7... Like, obviously it hints at stuff that comes forward. Oh, that's a cool crit animation. I've not seen that one before. The fucking coin flip, that's cool. But yeah, I think the Chapter 7 one, like, that, it doesn't feel bad, to be honest. Even though at that point I was still, you know, trying to have investment in the story. And it's because that one... It didn't, like, spoil anything. It just hinted at future events, right? Like, the endings have things like, you know, oh, so-and-so fought in the Crescent Civil War. And it's like, okay, cool. There's gonna be a Crescent Civil War. That's pretty interesting. You know, that's that sort of thing, right? Where it's like... Oh, you've got a fucking Reaver. Okay. We'll just do this. I should have checked inventories. The bad ending in Chapter 7 is a but thou must trope. Yeah, it says, like, it's also like you kind of know what you're going for. Here we kind of accidentally got it just because I got the princess killed. And is that the... I think that's the trigger for Wisp? That is not. That's the trigger for chickens. I think the bad endings are the weakest part. See, I actually think the bad endings are, like, the thing that's most interesting to me. Because it's, like, playing with... an unusual idea in, you know, a cool way. Oh, fuck, wrong. Staff the wrong unit. Narratively, I liked it when I played it, but now it got moved to spoil a major thing. I'm telling you, the game just, it doesn't give a shit about your investment in the story. Like, it's... Yeah. It doesn't care. It doesn't care that it's a you know, so-called spoiler or whatever. AS-17, AS-12, you'll deal 6. Can you kill with the Lance Reaver? Yes. And we'll go, I guess, here. I disagree fundamentally with the premise. They wrote so much text that they obviously want you to read it. They wrote a ton of text, but then they, anytime that they set up, like, what they use that text to do is say, hey, do you care about this character? Well, fuck you then. Like, I don't think there being a ton of text is a, you know, counterproof or whatever to the idea of, if you are invested in these characters, the game wants to point and laugh at you for caring about what happens in the story. Oh, God, I'm just one shy. I thought I could fucking LTC it, right? You could say they did a bad job with follow-through, but I don't think you can read it as actively malicious. I mean, what I can say is I can't know, you know, the intention, but I can say that if you repeatedly give me, you know, hour-long cutscene to introduce these characters and tell me, like, trust me, the relationship between these two characters is very, very important. If you care about these characters, you're going to want to see this arc resolved. And then to end every single one of those, like, built up, quote-unquote, built up or whatever, plot confrontations with, and then rocks falled and they died. Like, you don't care. Why should I give a shit about your characters if your narrative doesn't? It's dark as ink in here. Princess, you wouldn't have forgotten a lamp, right? Princess? What is... That's not right. Chapter 71. The Picnic. This is one of the most foolhardy things you've made us do. A trek to some isolated village on our lonesome, and then getting lost. How can we investigate potential corruption without coming in secret? Being lost is my fault, but in my defense, this map is totally trite. If you really want to know why records weren't matching up, you should have just said one of the guards under your command. See? Ellery actually has common sense. Ellery always agrees with you. Besides, this isn't a secret investigation. Isn't a secret investigation more exciting than etiquette lessons? Or whatever you noble ladies do? Whatever you noble ladies do? Princess, explain that one. I always have far more important matters to attend to, like conducting investigations. You don't have much leeway to complain, cousin. After all, you still volunteered. Alright, I did bring this upon myself, but I thought we'd be there by evening at the latest. This investigation better bear fruit, or else I won't let you forget it. Even if the investigation is a bust, you can still enjoy the quaint rural environment. Have a picnic in the beautiful meadows. Let's focus on getting there. I would really not like to camp out in the wild. Sleeping exposed to the winds always makes me feel a bit more tired in the morning. I'm more thinking about being eaten by wild animals, but that's also a consideration. Look over there! Torchlight! Our good night's sleep is saved! Or not. This is no longer a village. Census is hardly accurate, but it's still painting the picture of a healthy village. Not this abandoned ruin. Has the local lord been delivering complete fabrications? I'll have his head. There's no temporary abandonment. These houses have been decayed for years. Also, don't think I didn't notice the princess, fading away into pixels right now. Why spend so much effort covering this up? It has to be more nefarious than simple incompetence. You three seem a little lost. Soldiers? Here? Identify yourselves. What have you done with this village? They worked to death in the mines years ago. You'll be a little bit wait. How could such horrendous acts have happened so close to the capital? A secret mine? Gold, salt, iron? That explains the cover-up. Idiot! Why did you reveal that? Well, you ain't letting go of them anyways. I suggest you think twice. Before you is the princess and two ladies of House Heron. Don't matter what your identities are once we carve up your faces. Boys! We got some wolf bait tonight! See, I was right. We just sent a messenger. They'd all end up dead. As opposed to us, surrounded as we are. I'm more than a match for even a dozen armed men. Well, they have more than that, but give or take a few dozen. I've never been more glad to have not slacked off on my training. I meant for this to be a surprise gift to the picnic, but now is a more apt time. It's a fine lance. For me? I was never any good at fighting. Now's not a bad time to learn, cousin. Rose and I will clear the way. You just focus on making it to the roads. Understood. I'll take my chance on open ground compared to the neck of the woods. Hey, we got the Fanian! Is that the escape point? Ellery exits. The circle. Those are the assassins. Enemy, 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 enemy. They're all just named enemy. There are no messages for this menu item. The members seem to follow conflict. So for once, they're not written by a POV. That's not Ellery POV. That's just... Well, I mean, this is. But Enemy wasn't an Ellery POV. Like, that's just this was a message written out, right? Like, this is not a Game Boy Advance error. This was intentionally written to say there's no messages for this menu item. So we don't have Ellery POV for these guys. That's interesting. And Wisp is here, too. Hi, Wisp. I love you. This is just because of the tone of the game. We see things through Ellery's POV. You know, that's what other people said too, and like, it just feels like a cope excuse, if I'm being honest. Like, it feels like, you know, it's when I talked about like, oh, the weird tonal whiplash and the kind of inappropriateness that lends to when it comes to like certain subject matter, the response is like, well, Ellery doesn't care about these people, and it's like, okay, Ellery doesn't care about these people, the narrative doesn't care about these people, so why am I supposed to care about these people, right? Again, you can have a very interesting story with an unlikable protagonist. My favorite story of all time is Better Call Saul, and like its sequel series, Breaking Bad, is also really, really fucking good, right? So you can have oh, do you have Kanto Plus? Wait, you have Kanto Plus, don't you? No, you lost your Kanto Plus. Oh, it's the princess who has Kanto Plus, isn't it? Yeah, you have Kanto Plus. Okay. So we Rapier you, and then we Kanto Plus, and we Fanian. And we stab you with the princess. Okay, okay. I could go for a chicken bake. I miss my chickens. I miss them a lot, Tails. Minus Kanto Plus. Wait, what about Kanto Plus? This set of chapters is interesting. Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, it's giving us Ellery's backstory, right? Stop, you villains. Your crime spree shall come to an end, for you face the Allies of Justice. We are back in Chapter 2. Allies of Justice? Is he delusional or just exceptionally stupid? What about the fact that the world just changed? And Ellery's in a wall now. It's the same escape point, though. Blaine is here, though. And you're also in the wall. Okay. Wisp can Spirit Slayer you. Wait, where's your staff? Oh, you don't have a staff. You just have Weaken. Well, I guess we weaken the mage. I thought she had a heal staff. She does not. Blaine the Blind. Bro is blindfolded. Yeah, so Blaine is like, was a recurring, you know, joke villain who showed up in a bunch of chapters during part 1 and part 2. was wondering why we hadn't seen him since part 2. Like, it'd been a while. He showed up in the kidnapping a small child chapter. But that was it. That was his last appearance. Although I guess that wasn't that long ago in terms of actual chapters. It's just, you know, we've had a lot of story content stuff. Communicated nothing, but lest I repeat myself. We've just been a bit too busy for Blaine. I mean, realistically, Blaine has only been absent for 6 real chapters, which is not that long, right? Like, that's kind of, you know, his first shows up in chapter 2, and then his next appearance is chapter 10, right? Us civilians of Rinde have your back, brave adventurers. These pirate sages won't step another foot into our town. Princess, this is bizarre. What is happening? We can ask later. I'm just glad we have reinforcements. Are you a green wisp? No, you're just a civilian. Okay. Hello, Johnny Spices. And is the super soldier here? The super soldier's not here. Blaine is in the wall now. We have a chicken. But it's not a real chicken. It's not one of our chickens. Chopper's here, though. He got to the chopper. The chimkin, it makes me hungry. Kill you. Who keeps breaking the word apart at the seams? Quillian. Quillian, the bad ending told us that. I still feel like the game is starting to play with time. Oh yeah, it definitely is, because it's, you know, it's doing, you know, flash forward, flash back, etc., etc.s. I'm tired of making chicken puns. Instead of making chicken puns, make chimkin puns. Egg on my face. Thanks, civilian. I should probably hold down the skip animation button. Otherwise, we'll have a very long red versus green moment. Remember that time I was trapped in a wall? Good times. Hey, Lois! Uh-oh. Hey, Lois! The princess is gonna die! Simply dodge. Fuck! To fall against common brigands, what a disgrace. Is that game over again? Oh! The Chimkins are here. What the fuck? Oh, okay, we had the fate severed again. Okay, so I see what you mean about, like, it's actually surprisingly easy to access that bad ending. Any of these, presumably multiple, I don't know if there's gonna be any more after this, but any of these Ellery flashback chapters will get that. Alright, let's see if this works out a little better. Dropping the bard name in the bad ending is an odd choice. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I can't be asked to care at this point, I really can't. Like, that's not me saying, like, oh, it's open season for chat to give me spoilers or whatever. But I also just, like, I'm not even really mad at the game, you know? I mean, like, I am just for different reasons, right? This is an interesting chapter. It feels like it doesn't want me to be aggressive, right? Because, yeah, like, I'm being punished for being too aggressive. Dodge? The 1RN dodge. Hell yeah. Like, I don't have the tools to be as aggressive as I would like. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, we're fine. When I saw the twist, I was asking myself a bunch of questions and I put 2 and 2 together. I mean, like, Quinlan has been sketchy and is a light magic user and the monsters are light magic user. And she's like, oh, you know, I want to make a story. So I was sort of like, she's obviously some, like, elder god type thing. I sort of figured that, like, if she's... I didn't know she was exactly responsible for the monsters. But I figured she was, like, in part... Like, she's up to no good, right? I didn't know the exacts, but I kind of, like, had an inkling she would be a twist villain or something. And it seems that was a correct inkling. Goodbye, Chimkin. Dustlasher. Quillian has been pretty actively up to something for a while. I would say more passively up to something. I'm being a little pedantic there, but like Quillian showed up in 2 cutscenes, right? Maybe she would have had some like talk convos if I fielded her. But in my off-camera playthrough, I'm fielding her alongside Murphy, and they haven't had any talk convos yet, so I don't know. What in Ellis's name? Those are monsters? I think we stumbled onto a little more than a bandit base. If we all die here, feel free to blame me. Before that, though, let's finish this. Are you two not seeing the world warp before your eyes? Chimkin has been slain. Goodbye, poor Chimkin. I hardly knew you. Can we visit here? No, okay. She has some weird combos in the preps maps. Wasn't it just when we recruited that immortal person? Am I forgetting one? I'm definitely open to the possibility that I'm, like, forgetting one, right? But I thought it was just when we recruited that other, like, probably a god type person who can, like, transform into all the different forms. She was like, hey, sussybaka.exe. Okay, we can kill Blaine. She has a lot of interactions you can miss if you don't have her deployed. I haven't seen any of them in my off-camera playthrough, but I'm also only on, like, I think chapter 13 or so. I haven't, like, fully dropped that playthrough, to be clear. But, like, also, if I'm just being for real, losing interest in the story also kind of killed my, like, second playthrough interest, right? So, I haven't played it in a while. Yo, Wisp breaking her sword means she's actually baiting enemies into attacking her. Epic Wisp moment. She has one with the Oriana Post Army split. Gotcha. At that point, like, I was so fucking checked out of the story by that point, right? That, like, I'm not surprised that I forgot it, right? He who chops, please! Yes! The 1RN moment! As much as I love the Xenoblade series, I found the third game's story bad. I've only played 1 and X, but I found both of them to be bad in terms of both story and gameplay. But every time I bring that up, I get, not great responses, because Xenoblade fans... Xenoblade fans are, how do I put this in a way to try to attract as little rage as possible? Xenoblade fans can sometimes be very sensitive when people have a different opinion about a Nintendo RPG than them. Fancy horses here. Wait, oh, the circle moved. Okay. Crystal Sword U. Danny, that's like every fan base about a lot of things. I think that's a lot of Nintendo fan bases, but I would not say that's every fan base. Like, fandoms in general are bad, I'll give you that much. And, like, every fan base does have, like, you know, their degree of, like, this is our toxic trait moments. But Xenoblade, it feels different. I've only gotten death threats like 3 times in my YouTube career. And one of those instances being from the post where I used the fucking baby gloves language to explain why I would not continue to stream the game because I didn't enjoy it. Really kind of shines a light on, like, that degree of reaction to... And again, as I say, like, I was giving a very baby gloves... For those who don't know, baby gloves is the... I don't know if it's a common term, but it's how I refer to, like, when you know someone's gonna be upset, so you treat them much more sensitively. So I was like, you know, I tried really hard to enjoy this, but the gameplay is just not my style, and I think it's creating an unfun stream. You know, I'm not enjoying it, and Xenoblade fans are not enjoying someone, like, clearly not having fun. I tried to extend it by turning on easy mode and thinking, like, we would do easy mode to have to engage with the gameplay less, but even then, it just sort of wasn't my style. I'll probably watch a cutscene compilation to give you my thoughts on the story, and, like, this was before I watched enough of the story to be like, oh, this story's also, like, aggressively mediocre. Which is sort of my takeaway, like, you know, if I want to be spicy, if I want to upset people, I'll say it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I think it's a video game story, and, like, to an extent, video game stories are usually bad. But it's not like, oh my god, Fire Emblem Fates tier, right? It's more just like, this is kind of what I expect a, you know, an RPG, a Nintendo RPG, right? And I think the expectations the fandom puts on there, like, escalating it as, like, you know, the fucking masterpiece, right? Like, sort of makes it seem a lot worse because you're expecting it to be better, and then it's just sort of like a whatever story. Although it was very funny to see people talk about how, like, the main female character getting killed off so that the main male character could have, like, motivation, because that's her purpose, is to die to motivate the main male character. How that's, like, the peak of storytelling, as if that's not just, like, another iteration of the most tired fucking trope in storytelling. I don't like the sounds the game made. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck! I want to live. I can't let my enemies get their way. I didn't realize Superman would double me. Okay, this is safe. We gotta find the safe spaces, right? Because there's a limited number of safe spaces. Oh, Johnny Spices, are you gonna die in this timeline too? No 1% crit, okay. If you didn't like a thing I liked, I'm not gonna send you death threats. Then that makes you more reasonable than the Xenoblade fandom and the Fire Emblem 7 fandom. I had, somebody lose their mind. So, like, I've got my business email publicly posted, and, like, as a trans woman online, that means that I get some degree of just, like, weirdos hating on me for being queer, right? In the inbox of my business email. And, like, that's just sort of the unfortunate, like, trade-off I have to make as someone who wants to be, like, you know, available to anyone who has, like, legitimate reason to contact me, right? But I did not expect that, like, the only person who's ever... Because I'll block people, right? The only person who's ever created an alt Gmail account, not an alt YouTube account, but an alt Gmail account, so that they could email me a second time, was mad that I don't like Fire Emblem 7, and also, apparently, so whenever I talk about Awakening in the, like, history of X thing, history of Bose, history of Jagans, history of whatever, I'll constantly refer to it as, like, the game that hashtag saved the franchise, right? Because it's me making fun of people's whole, like, Awakening saved the franchise thing. Maybe I'll make a video on why I kind of disagree with that phrase. But anyway, they interpreted that as me trying to convince everyone that Awakening is the best Fire Emblem game ever, which, like, is wild because I don't even like Awakening that much. I think, like, Lunatic is underrated. I do like Lunatic sometimes when I'm in the mood for it, but it's also, like, definitively in the bottom half of my Fire Emblem games. So it's like, I don't know. What is this? I can't think. My skull feels like it's split. Get me out of here. Chapter blank. Awakening is aggressively mid. Mafoof. You get me. You get me. It's like, it's weird. It's aggressively mid, but it also has, like, I feel like the reason it's aggressively mid is it has, like, high highs and low lows, but it doesn't really have any mid points, in my opinion. It's like, oh, this aspect of Awakening is peak. oh, this active awakening kind of sucks. And sometimes it's the same aspect. Sometimes it's literally just, whoa, awakening trying to do difficulty in a way that isn't numbers. Lunatic Plus, like the existence of Lunatic Plus, and the fact that they're like, let's do difficulty without just stat inflation is peak. Also, Lunatic Plus sucks ass. Lunatic Plus sucks big fucking donkey balls. Like, I love Lunatic Plus in theory. I have never played past Chapter 4 on Lunatic Plus because I would rather take a drill to my kneecaps. It's so bad. It would be fun if the skills weren't random. I actually think the skills being random is like part of what makes it interesting. Because it means that like on future playthroughs, you have to come up with different strategies. But it is so overtuned. The skills on top of Lunatic's already absurd stats, which like Lunatic enemies having really overtuned stats, I think is awesome because pair up is so busted in your favor. You know, people say like pair up is unbalanced in Fire Emblem Awakening, and it's better in Fire Emblem Fates because the enemy can also take advantage of pair up. And you have to choose between one or the other. But I actually think if we want to talk balance, and I don't think balance is like what's important in game design, but I think the Fates pair-up is far more unbalanced than the Awakening one. And that's because you get pair-up to counter the fact that enemies have 8 million times as high stats as you, right? Whereas in Fates, you get pair up, and technically the enemy has pair up, but they're not like smart enough to make super good use of it. And also, guard stance can be like really broken on certain builds, and also attack stance can be really broken on certain builds, and like, even in Conquest, which has the smart AI, it'll do positioning, it knows about if you have Vantage, right? Like, it's still limited by being very predictable, and you can do some bullshit stuff with pair up that, like, the enemy just has no counter for. Whereas, like, in Awakening, you do bullshit with pair up, the enemy's counter is, okay, I'm one-shotting all of your units, get fucked, loser, right? Lunatic Tech Plus wasn't play tested. I personally do not think I don't think any hardest difficulty has been play tested except for like Engage. Engage is so well play tested on Lunatic. 9 out of 10 doctors do not recommend taking a drill to your kneecaps. The same 9 doctors also recommend staying away from the 10th doctor. Is that Dr. Doom? Is Doctor number 10 Dr. Doom? That can't be true. Mother would never abandon me. What the fucking hell? Disgrace, family name, sullied harlot, child, bastard. Where am I going? No objective to speak of. Only good deed to cease. Give up. Blemish blood. Vermin lineage. Ellery! Oh, it's the princess! My most sincere apologies for your disruption, Your Highness. I will have her removed at once. There's no need for that. I could use someone my own age to talk to. Hey, I'm... But you can call me... What's your name? Thank you. Thank you. I'm drowning in memories. Everything is still muddled up. How long will this clarity last? Can I really do that? It's not real. It won't hurt. Is any of this real? I don't know. It's still... Ooh, we got glitchy text. Pull. 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 Ah! Chief, what's wrong? A nightmare. Could you not scream like you got an eye plucked out? My brilliant mind needs rest. Notice something a little different about me? My face? What do you mean? Not really? I always wondered why you never wore an eye patch. I didn't get dragged out of my blankets to hear this nonsense. I'm going back to sleep. He's always a little cranky past midnight. Sorry for waking you too. Get some rest. You need some help sleeping? I hear they've got some potions that can knock you out. At least I look more intimidating this way. I don't need an eye patch. Captain, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what? All things considered, I got off easy thanks to your advice. It wasn't advice, I just panicked and did something really stupid. We're both still here. What an enlightening experience. I thought I knew better than to deal with the unknown. I think it knows when we're helpless to its offer, but it still obeys its own rules. I'm so dedicated to my delusions of quick vengeance. I gamble on far too much. Was your temptation the same? I thought they could make me powerful enough to fight back. But I couldn't. I was a whimpering child. I was too weak to do anything. All I could do was hurt myself. If anything, you're strong for making it through all of that with your own strength. We overcome our struggles. We're free from its influence, aren't we? Yes, we are, Chieftain. At least I can look forward to a good night's rest, even if this empty socket still throbs. Things took a weird route there, Crisp. Very obvious bit, but the fact that Wisps' description is the same as the princess's, but with parts redacted, strikes me as very well done. Ellery is no longer removed from this timeline. Yippee. We made a deal with a chicken. If you give up, you also get sent to the bad ending. The same one or a different one? Should have known the Green Tide would not hit a single location. So many casualties. I see faces I recognized from our visit days ago. This is the ideal outcome, Oriana. Lives may have been tragically lost, but the sect and the adventurers were able to hold the Hunter's Hollow without us. The same cannot be said for Aelinhurst. Master Tower speaks the truth. I mourn for the fallen, but our victory is still magnificent. Magnificent victory, you say? Do you have another thing I want to ask? Ask away, Captain Oriana. These bodies may have been cut up with blades, but why was the true cause of death dark magic? What? This can't be. See for yourself. I have enough experience with magic to recognize the difference. I can explain, Captain. During the siege, we discovered many of the settlement were heretical god worshippers. We had to put them down, for their foul rituals would empower our foes. I see two problems. The first is that you did try to cover up the fact you killed them. Why God are you ready to do this? Unless there was a need to express need to hide guilt. Second is that this worship was purely traditional and held no magical power. Can you say that's not true, Tower? You were always sensitive to these matters. Master Tower, you understand, do you not? I sense no divine energy, but Orion... This killing is motivated by malice. This is all I need to know. Seen your brother! Go! I understand now why Archsage Nerissa made her deal with the sect. But the sect do not need to be empowered by warp technology. Oriana, what are you doing? Think before you act. I am thinking that we should deliver coastal justice. I shall hunt down the escapee. Shearwaters, kill the rest. Did you? I know how warps work. There's only so many directions to drop. He did not get far. Oriana, their lives are not meant for you to so callously take. You are an adventurer, not some vigilante. You saw what they did. The elder, the priestess, the people we talked to, all slain. It was not the cruelty which gave rise to such bloodshed. The disciples were always taught to fear and loathe the faithful. Given the stress of the invasion and possible imminent doom, it's not unexpected they were driven to such actions out of fear. I'm not here to undertake the exact analysis of their train of thought. All I care about is what I see before me. They still put their lives on the line for this town. And they turned on those they were supposed to save. Tower, I understand your reaction. Your connection with the sect and its members cannot be severed. But they were undeserving of mercy. You were driven to action by emotion, as a leader never should be. Even as my rage cools, still would have done the same. Let us bury these bodies before the sun sets. Hi, Anna. Is that Jake? Bauble? Just another common soldier driven to madness by the Crescent's wrath. A self-proclaimed strategist wanted to make gold off of violence without doing the dirty work. Uncomfortable to be around. Ooh. That's... You seem cool. 4 leadership stars, too. All 3 of those chapters lead you to the sudden Ellery death timeline. Oh, so that timeline was what if Ellery just, like, died like, she died overnight or whatever while trying to pull her eye out. I'm still not certain I understand what happened. Like, did I miss something, or is it supposed to be, like, cryptic? It's not like you to seek me out, Talon. You've always tended to avoid me. That's not fully the truth. I did pressure you too much, trying too hard to intimidate our absent father. But that's in the past. Do not be afraid to speak to your sister. It's about me. It's not about me, sister. I wanted to ask how you were. Why would you ask about me? There's all that business with the chief. She's been giving you a hard time. She's proven to be more difficult to deal with than Auron, much to my frustration. You don't have to follow her orders. Now the green tide is beaten, you can go straight back to Yrinde. Talon, if I could, I would have already. But her orders are not so easily defined. Are we not the proud and mighty Ironsmith bloodline? She can't simply order you around like this. We are merely one of Yrinde's prominent families, while the chieftain's recent victories sees her support be at an impossible height. If we had to challenge her, we can. I've grown stronger, far stronger. We both fought in the Seahawks. Do you think our lances can match all of them? I wanted to be the strongest, but it's not been able to help. All of that's done has caused problems for you and everyone else. Don't be ridiculous. The chieftain is currently riding on her renown in battle, but her reputation will not always be so stellar in times of peace. You have to give it time, Talon. Strength is important, but knowing when to use it is the key. I wanted to help you, and now it's all back to being about me. Keep looking forward, Talon. No doubt, I need that strength you've cultivated, but not now. Understood, sister. I'll be ready. It's supposed to be cryptic. That timeline was when Ellery took the deal with the Puckers and died doing so. You mean like the eyeball she got? You have to get the gift in 3x. Gotcha. You think you know suffering? Yeah, life is too easy around here. Only talk to me once you've gotten a taste of true misery. I saw Dune send you running faster than a rat up a drain pipe. Some nonsense about loyalty to Yrinde and the Ironsmith bloodline, but enough about that fool. I know you are not content to fall under Ellery's shadow. Thus I offer a partnership, as an agent of the king. As I see it, you're little more than a puppet with the strings cut. The hands of their king have had little influence upon the Crescent, and may be temporarily down in resources, but none are as familiar with Ellery's weaknesses as I am. And yet, Ellery has beaten you time and time again. Why should I trust that you are competent enough? This is not my finest hour, I'll admit, but no doubt, His Highness, I have a counter-offer, you see. Oriana and her merry band may have promised you a safe departure, but I'm bound by no such promise. Now I have no reason to see Ellery get her way, but I might, if you don't give me an incentive. You mean to extort me when I have nothing? There's little chance someone as slippery as you doesn't have sashes hidden away. More of those explosives of yours is a valid payment as well. Take your time to answer. Why even look at these inferior wares? Buy from me! I have all that you'll need. We have brave weapons and magic swords. Let's get a couple of flame sword. Flame sword? A light brand. Stolen from a prince. Another bolting. I think bolting on, Blind Big Bird would be good. The Skin Slice. Wave is good. Obviously, Wave is good. Waste is here. 65 crit and Brave. Thank you, Fire Emblem. Or no, sorry, 65 hit and Brave. Oh, ew. No thank you, Fire Emblem Awakening. Let's grab a couple of Braves. What came out of that gate? Was it merely something wearing his shape? If you had not tempted him, this would not have happened. How can you declare this ascension a failure when your own was nothing like it? It's been thousands of years since the last. There are no reliable accounts of the event. That cannot be a true ascension. The ancient scratchings always referred to ascension as transcendence, not erasure. You are the one who preaches about overcoming the old self. The old thing? Perhaps the shadow is merely part of the process, what must be discarded. That shadow granted each of us a powerful boon, Empress. If that was part of that was discarded, I fear what ascended. You were merely envious that your disciple walked further than you did mere months. Why do you not join him, if you were so ready to ascend? It would have been a breach of honor to take an opportunity from a junior and a guest. A lie. You would never care about honor if your own cultivation was at stake. You are no different to me. I lost the spirit to ascend upon my past failure. You do not try because you fear failure. You insist that young Red succeeded, as you fear there is no chance of success. Cease wagging your tongue or lose it. Do not claim you know me in the present, merely because you were my master. Your indignation does you little benefit. But where does that leave us? Still condemned to a slow, inevitable end in the lower realms. And they both have Miracle, right? They both got Miracle, which is, like, super useful. Is this the talk y'all were talking about? It's been a very long time since our first meeting, Mince. Have you forgotten? Am I missing something? No, we aren't familiar with each other. That's not very polite, to forget the generous woman who gave you that ring. That was you? You were covered from head to toe. I didn't know what you looked like. Was I? I tend to miss minor details like that. Why are we having this conversation now instead of a few months back? This tale is near its end. It would be a shame if I didn't close off this thread. You were quite disappointing, Mince. You almost never used your newfound powers of teleportation, until now. Why would I need to draw attention to myself when my life was so good? No ambition at all. Don't you want to know why I gifted you that ring? Not really. I'm happy knowing these things. You can have the ring back. Keep the ring. It is but a drop of water in the ocean. Us adventurers are usually desperados with little else to occupy our time. It's rare for someone with a successful occupation as you to join our crowd. I've become so embroiled in fairly these last few years that even smaller affirmations continue to raise my spirits. Good old word of your tonics that relieve common aches and illnesses has spread. It's a far cry from the early days of debt and desperation, a sizable shift. I realized that if it was not the world that should change, but suit me, but me. Once I thought of Arende as a barbaric place, who could not understand my ventures, forgetting that while many misjudge me for my failure, I am prone to the same. I needed to understand Arende, not rely on perceived innovations. Not many take to Arende, especially not those from the mainland. It's a harsh place. Indeed, but while the people are full of drink and fury, they are open and welcoming folk. I shan't let my newfound success be ruined, especially not by this green tide. Is that the reason why you're here, even though you owe the Crescent nothing? With your current reputation, no ship will deny you passage back to the mainland. My excursions with the red-haired Scourge has realized my potential. So, I say, why not put my vitality and marksmanship to good use? If there were more people who thought like you did, we'd have nothing to fear from the Crescent. I do not pretend to be a selfless soul captain. I only want what's best for me. And if that best involves taking up my bow for the Crescent, then I shall. Hello, my name is Hellicent. I'm applying for a position of strategist within the Shearwaters. I wasn't under the impression we were looking for one. Do you have one? Well, no, but I'm also running a crew of barely more than a dozen. Thinking you don't need a strategist is a clear sign you need a strategist. Here's a list of all my qualifications. Graduated top honors from the university in the capital? The very best in my class. I'm even wearing the medals I won. And worked for 2 years as a town crier? And another 2 at a pawn shop? I met a few enemies with the family in important places during my outstanding performance. I was denied entry into the Imperial military, as well as any important job in the capital. However, the skills and experience I picked up all those years ago are very transferable. Interesting. How about your combat skills? What are your favorite weapon types? The only weapon I need is my mind, for it is sharper than any blade. You have experience theorizing about large-scale battles at your school, but I'm uncertain if that's applicable to the Crescent, where skirmishes are short, bloody, and very up-close and personal. There's no circumstance where you don't need a strategist, whether your army is big or small. I need to get my name out there so people can take me seriously, and you can afford a genius strategist at a bargain price. That's what we both need. Just 2,000 gold for the next journey. We appear to be short on even that amount. You cannot afford such spectacularly low wages, and this is not the job I need. Fuck, I went to the Anna shop too soon. I think we can just sell all of our vulneraries to Anna. Once again, we sell the humble vulnerary, the backbone of the economy. Should we charge her half price? You saw what she did to those disciples. Just follow my lead and act natural. What's all this? Hello, Captain. Welcome to our shop. We looted all the corpses while we've imported quality goods to assist in the efforts of adventurers. Our normal price is at 50% markup, but for you, we can get rid of that. Are these quality goods supposed to be covered in blood and grime? Yes. There was a minor incident while transport. Yeah, we just looted these from the dead adventurers and monsters, but Commander Inari would have our hides if we just gave these to you. Even though you're fighting the good fight, so please just pay for them. I'm not particularly enthused about this, but there's no armories for miles away. Let's see what you have. Nice one. Yeah. I'm willing to take you into my crew, but do you know what you're signing up for? I have extensively reviewed information about your crew and current operations. Then you should know we're heading to the center of the Devouring Woods, where we'll be fighting mostly mindless monsters that are exceedingly deadly. I'm unused to the prospect of planning around enemies which don't think, but most of my adversaries seem to be guilty of the same, so it's no issue. If you understand the risks, then I have little else to say, but welcome to the crew. Please hand over your relevant information for me to examine. So yeah, you have no weapons or staffing, but honestly, you seem worth a deploy. You hoard judgment. Blades, arrows find you. What woke me up? I had an odd feeling. Must still be digesting that like a lamb. Oh! The Sectmaster and I set out for the Crescent with a clear dream. In the years I've followed, it's been a compromise after compromise. I'm now old and decrepit, with my lifelong work and reputation all undone. All I can do naught but watch as the sect crumbles from within, as my daughter-in-law slaughters my former brethren for her own justice. I may have my granddaughter, but am I really content with this? There must be something more. Some other way I can influence the world before my time runs short. We came to this town as heroes, and now we leave naught but destruction. I can only hope a successful venture into the great unknown will make up for this. Why do I feel this expedition might be our very last on the Crescent? Merely a bad dream or something more? Endgame! The Devouring Woods, an aptly named place where adventurers go to die on the promise of sacks of gold and artifacts. Yes, I've never been there, and no, I'm not going. Writing this guidebook is a hobby, not something to gamble my life over. Basil's Guide to the Cerulean Crescent. We really did play Endgame and Prologue in the same stream. 2 Endgames! I'm gonna go read some Spam Minica fics on AO3. Have a good night. Enjoy your fix! Nothing. As empty as a noble's promise. I also found nothing. How eerie. This has to be an ambush. You've already made me meticulously scour this area. Why waste more time? That should mean we're good to enter, but I can't stop being worried. It said a wise tactician once emptied out a fort to scare his foe into retreating. We're talking about actual monsters here. For all we know, there is an intelligent mind at work behind this. A god, even. If one of the old gods still lives, why would they lay dormant in some cave, only harassing humanity from afar? The gods were twisted and erratic creatures. I don't like it. But there's little more we can do but accept descent. We don't need to do this. The green tide is done. You're all heroes. Let's leave. If you wish to see home again, shut up and get to work. Somehow, downstairs is also empty. This is more stressful than if it weren't. Perhaps this final corner of the facility may hold some clues. Or it might not, and will instead leave unsolvable mystery. You know exactly how to cheer. That is a person. An acute observation, Oriana. Name yourself, unless you wish to be put down like a beast. Impossible, that's... I don't know his name, but he's the one who keeps coming back. That one? How curious. Is it Blaine? Answer me. What wretched bargains have you made to achieve this unnatural unlife? Bargain? There was no bargain. I am a god. You're claiming to be a god! I see it now. Every death, every failure was a trial. My body was broken down. My mind was broken down. My soul was broken down. Everything was broken down, to be reforged, reassembled, and reborn. I have overcome every trial to achieve divinity! If repeated failure was the catalyst for godhood, we'd have a world full of them. A finch cannot understand the ways of a condor. Why is it not Ellery who stands before me, but her cronies? That Ellery's territory is on the other side of the crescent. Then my monsters have yet to travel far enough. She will come. You were behind this. You tried to destroy the eastern coast just to bait out Ellery? All those lives just for one purpose? Only a blink in the eyes of a god. If you truly are a god as you claim, surely you've had more sensible methods than whatever this mess of a plan is. It is right for a mortal to come forth before a god, not the other way around. This is absurd. Weren't you shouting about justice and avenging your friends? Friends? Their purpose was only to serve as a trial during my first incarnation. You're trying to get a crumb of logic out of a raving lunatic? Unfortunately for you, Blindfold, your supposed godhood has not made you worthy of Ellery's notice. What's mad is this world that has allowed Ellery to prosper. I shall correct this madness, starting with all of you. Oh, Oriana, right, we got rid of her items. Okay, so there's definitely gonna be a phase 2. We grab Harm. Grab Warp. Actually, I think Weaken. I want Warp for Ellery's group. Is there a new description for Vermilion? What the? A trick of the light? There is, there is. I have work tomorrow, so I'm probably gonna head. Stream was super fun. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. The question is, do we bench Tower for Maurice? Because, like, Tower is staffer number 2. His speed is really bad. But, like, this is really good, right? I like Maurice's animations. I think we use him. Let's... Okay, we gotta put things in you. Let's give you a Fortify. I know you can't use it. It's for trading to Chalice. I forget. Can... Dazzle's art... Does she have S rank yet? She does not. Okay. Give you a Flame Land. Or Flame Sword. Give you another Killer Lance for Talon and a Spear. Okay. Right. Do that instead. Okay. Think we're good. Oh, right. Are you... You're not an anti-crit. Rah! In a power! Boom! Boom! Wow! Boom! Boom! Wow! But I'm a god! A god! How can you kill a god? Is all my suffering completely meaningless? Did I only exist to be an obstacle in another's tale? Yes, because Quillian is the real boss we have to fight now. We both agreed there's no chance this idiot was the mastermind, right? If he was a god, then I'll be the next Ellis. Of course he isn't. There has to be some significance to him being in this room. Take a look around. I see walls and a floor. Well, one wall, anyways. Some kind of switch. Must be important. To be personally guarding it. Let's see. Force down position. Impressive. Last I checked, you were a dabbling mage at best. Lindros wrote me a treatise on the ancient ruins. I spent the last few months studying it. I'm surprised. Lindros doesn't seem to kind of write anything not for his own eyes. If I had to guess, he probably felt guilty about the team splitting up. Let's convince everyone of the merits of its descent into darkness. This is a terrible idea. You're telling us to drop into a dark pit to our deaths? Only Ellis knows what's down there. What we do know is we've just beaten back the Green Tide. And the buried city is the least defended it'll ever be. You're asking us to gamble our lives on that assumption. What if they still have legions of undead underground? Thank you, someone with common sense. I don't know how you convince the others. If you did not gamble with your life, then you did not gamble. Then you gamble with Frosthaven's future. Once more the waves threaten the crescent, you'll regret not taking this chance. I've always hated gambling. I suppose it's better to gamble on the present than an unknown future. Not you too. Will my opinion be acknowledged? It shall be taken into account with little weighing. I ask that I at least share in the spoils. I thought you didn't need gold, being the king's footstool. Captain Oriana, can you find it within your heart to deny me my compensation, beyond mere promise of safety?
I can.
You shall be compensated fairly. I'm not so stingy to not reward such service to the Crescent. Now, since going down before, we're as prepared as we can be. Totem to banish the darkness, rest of Maurice's explosives. Maybe that was a dangerous choice in such a tight space. The elevator operates once an allied unit stands on the switch. This only occurs when all allies are on the platform and no threats remain. Any enemy that destroys one of the explosive crates dies instantly. All the chickens. Oh, it's because it's Vermilion is ascended now. Okay, I was like, what? But no, that's just Vermilion being ascended. I thought something, you know, Ellery Pucker related was happening. This is very cool animation for the elevator. And they're all bosses. Can't be. That's... Don't lose your nerve now. We expected magical nonsense. And there's... Who's responsible for this cruelty? Those are familiar faces, but all of them here? It was targeted at us.
So what? We'll send them to the grave a second time.
So there's the Elder... The Foreman, Dirk, Ozzy, and Merziad. So they're all previous bosses, yeah. Milan, Gregory. I guess that's the guy who was trying to build the land boat that we stopped. Two Shoes, Mikhail. Do they have funny descriptions? No, they're just the Ellery descriptions, aren't they? Yeah, those are just the Ellery descriptions. Okay. So we will Killer Lance you. These are all new ones from Oriana. Are they? I thought those were... I thought I recognized those Hold on, let me double check. They are new. I once thought of sect as noble institution. It's a shame they're lowest. Oh no, you're right! You're right! No, you're right, these are all new. I have no regret. Wait, Corcus is a Cerberus now. Alright, so Mince can do this. And Mince has Provoke now as well. So, like, Mince can protect the chickens by just existing near them. Wait, Vermilion has 80 HP, I just realized. I forgot that he got, like, the super glitched moment. Also, he's a shadow now. This is one of my favorite maps. I do like a Deadlord situation. I think that's cool. I think a Deadlord situation is always super neat. Mince has become the guardian of the chickens because Vermilion's 80 HP bonus was not enough for protection. I like how now that Vermilion has 80 HP, Miracle means absolutely fucking nothing, right? Like, damn, he can't be one shot from full HP? Yeah, he fucking better not. Mince, if he had a nickel for every time a deity gave him a skill. Yeah, because Quillian gave him the rewarp as well, as we just learned. The functionally immortal chicken. He's not a chicken, he's a demigod. Pseudo-deity. What is the description for pseudo-deity? Oh, like the game... Yeah, let me... A false divinity born from rejection of self. You don't get a sec... Okay, that's... I guess that's to be expected, but that is a little disappointing. I didn't use Vermilion in my first playthrough. I used all the chickens because I feel like using the chickens is the canon route for being a YouTuber. It's 10 minutes and Hellicent already fell off. Did we do the chicken triangle attack yet? Not yet. It is, I agree, Cinderace Cactus, the most content-pilled thing to do. Wait, who reaches? Oh, Landboat. 0 damage. Laugh at this man. Meanwhile, the humble Talon. You fool, just because Mince is a mage doesn't mean the Spell Cleaver's effective against him. Does Dazzle Dart count? I don't know. However, you say you don't think any game has like 4 possible to initiate, but Radiant Dawn does. Elincia, Cyrene, Marcia, and Tanith have a triangle attack. And you just need 3 out of 4 of them. Any 3 out of 4. I guess we can find out if Dazzle Dart counts. We can set up for a triangle attack here. Fake Tellius Gamer, I've been found out. Chat, the fake gamer has been discovered. Hello, Galaxy Studios, how are you? Is there a chicken square because there's 4 of them? It's still a triangle attack. Because you only need 3, right? Now we can find out if this triangle attack works, though, with Dazzle Dart, right? Alright, Joe. Give us your crushing bite. There's always a thrill seeing this technique in all its majesty. True celestial exalted heaven, shattering triangle formation. So yes, Dazzle Dart is able to triangle attack. We've learned this now. Ember just vibrating violently during after image never stops being funny. Alright, I think what we do is Talon. Fair fights Kalyu. Killer lances this fuckface. Dazzle Dart triangle attack songs will surely rise to new heights. The thing is, right, like, using the triangle attack is a very content creator moment. But I'll be, like, so fucking honest. it doesn't feel like it feels like you're expending so much just to get the triangle attack. The chickens are kind of like all solo fighters, so it just doesn't feel worth it to do that, I guess, is what I'm saying. Using the triangle attack never feels good in, like, any game. I think there's a few where it does. I mean, the original Arcanea games, right? Like, the triangle attack is quite good there. Hag and White made triangle attack pretty gamer. Lopez genuinely loves the triangle attack. Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think it's just Lopez, although Lopez is certainly the one for whom, like, the stonks... The triangle attack stonks are, like, highest because of, right? I don't think triangle attack is, like, always sauceless. I do agree that it often is, right? Hag is the only epic game to make the triangle attack feel gamer, because you get it in Chapter 3, all the bandits appreciate it. Yeah, like, Bagania likes it for accuracy. I mean, everyone likes it for accuracy. And then Lopez likes it for damage. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But you're one range, right? Yeah. 46... We'll do this. Fango likes it for accuracy and damage. I mean, I think Fango has plenty of damage. Fango's the high strength one. New Mystery Board Court and Bars get one? They do. They do. And they appreciate it because it's early, right? Est always likes it because, like, it makes training her easier. And then I would say in both Binding Blade and not Blazing Blade, Sacred Stones, it's, like, usable. Since all three of them, like, if you have all the white wings, they're all worth deploying, even though, like, Cyrene and Juno are cringe-pilled. And then I've gotten use out of it in Blazing Sword, although, considering the deployment crunch, I don't think it's actually gamer in Blazing Sword. Because on Hector mode, you do not have the slots for all three white wings. Like, one of your white wings is gonna be a scrub. Hellsins just make me think about how ROM-hack Tactician class is like a real thing we have at this point. I think Tacticians are so cool in ROM-hacks, like the way that they are. It's a fun type of support niche. It's really nice to see, like, a support unit who isn't just a staffer. I mean, I guess Hellicent, like, being a dancer feels a little bit like, well, that's not that different from vanilla, but it actually kind of is. Also, so this is throwing me off. Because I can Canto and then Rally. That takes away from Fast Talker, right? So, like, that's bad. You don't want to do that. It's a bug. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was wondering if Vermilion would count as being on the elevator when he's inside the walls. Good to know, buddy. Good to know. So we got a few more dudes to kill. And these are still foes you've slain? How many enemies did you make?
You should know, being such a big contributor to such.
Now's not the time for this. We don't know how many floors we have left to clear.
I can answer a guess based on who we've encountered. Our mysterious foe seems to have kept track very well.
Captain Curio. I hear his father died in the tide. What a shame that his death was much less noble. Damn, they took the thing that I said was actually a good joke, and then they undercut it because it turns out he actually is strong. Look at all these guys who we never fucking fought. Hellicent is a Sias archetype, but Sias is a Goto. The cold collar is real. Alright, you've got the Umbral Lance, you've got a Bill Hook, you have Reaver, Heavy Spear, Wing Piercer. You kill Curio. We'll simply crit. Talon Gaming. It's interesting putting them side by side and you realize part 2 has 2 different instances of 4 bosses of the same class. Are these people we actually fought? I thought this was, I thought the Legend Legion was one of the ones that the soldier killed them. Rest in peace to the Killer Lance. Don't worry! We got another one! We got another one. The 4 priests are from the Fisher map, the Dreadnought map. What was the Dreadnought map? I remember Fisher, I just don't remember the Dreadnought. The Bishops of the Spice Clan. Yeah, because they're in the top right. They're the ones trying to summon like a dark god and then the dark god kills them, right? If I remember correctly. I will be honest, this game introduces and then throws away so many characters that these minor bosses, I don't know if I know who all of them are. Which, like, in fairness, that's also the case for minor bosses in mainline Fire Emblem, right? Like, it's not a standard that FE reaches either. There's a lot of unique boss designs that get introduced in one map and then die immediately, so that's understandable. It's also, like, at a certain point, when the game, like, builds up antagonists and then says, like, lol, they just fucking die, I start losing faith. You know, it's the same thing as like what I was talking about at the start of Scream, where like if the story trains me that everything is not actually important, I'm gonna stop remembering everything, right? And it all just ends up in the memory hole. If I'm conditioned to believe like this guy's gonna be gone in a map, then why do I bother learning anything about them, right? Most of them work as villain of the week plots. Yeah, we'll just have to agree to disagree on that. I don't think they really work all that well. Axe Reaver, so you can get sorted. You can get sorted, good sir. Oh, just shy. Oh wait, but that's perfect, because then Vermilion can Feathery Fury, yeah. So we Feathery Fury you, and then we can kill the Silver Sword. Flesh Pillar you. Bada bing, bada boom. After Image. Flesh Peeler you. Oh my goodness. Jade Empress, my beloved. And then we kill you. I just arrived for the Dead Lords. 776 of them, baby. Acidic Breath cannot be countered. Okay, Flame Sword you. This is more like a Mega Man boss rush. Yeah. It is. That is a good point. Cerulean Crescent was the first time I ever heard of a bill hook. I don't blame you, it's not something that's gonna come up very often, right? It's not a common term whatsoever. Yo, not 100 crit? Talon has fallen off. He's fallen off, y'all. He's fallen off, I'm sorry to say. Alright, so I believe that'll turn off his crit, but that's okay. Like, reinforce him, right? And we go here. Alright. And then come the priests. Yeah, this turns off the crit. But now Talon, how will he ever get his buff back? I mean, but I think we want him to not take damage, right? We want him to kill everyone. Kill this person. He's still 1 rounds. Yeah. The Butte boosting his bulk combined with Invigorate is like what I wanted. And this means he can kill the Resire guy, right? Resire is honestly so bad. It's less that I'm scared of Resire, and more like it's 3 range, I want to kill you on enemy face so Talon can, like, so we can get on the elevator, right? We're LTCing this, obviously. Elevator going down. Resire is perfectly fine. You don't need a ton of magic to hurt enemies. And unlike Nosferatu, it counters at more than 1 range. There's not really any good light magic tanks. I think I can see a bottom. One last push, everyone. Alright, what have we got? We have the Human Slayers. I remember you. Barbarish. The Azure Streak. I remember you. The Grass Gecko. I'm just reading all these descriptions. Sorry to sort of slow things down. What a dedication. And the Food Man. And the Lord of Pain. The 2%. The 2%. And the +2 strength? Oh, that's actually not that uncommon. Empress Gaming real. Empress Gaming has always been real. Y'all are just haters. It is a balanced unit. Very balanced unit moment. Boom, boom, boom! The Talon Slam! Empress is a Yvette archetype. I was talking about a different unit. Oh, I thought you were just making a joke about how, you know, obviously fucking busted this this chicken is. I misunderstood. 5. That's 70 damage. That's 70 fucking damage right there. Light magic access is stupid in this hack. Me, the casual, not fielding anyone with light magic moment. I guess technically I'm fielding Kalugo, but like, does that count? Hey, I didn't ask to be lumped in here. Whatever, seems cool. True Celestial Exalted Heaven Shattering Triangle Formation. I love how Triangle Attack only affects the first one, so then the second hit is just like, well, that just happened. Acel, Quillian, Sorbet. Oh, Sorbet has light magic. Right, I am using Sorbet. And Nerissa, but I'm just not using it. Murky and Mogul. Well, that just happened. The enemy after the Shattering Celestial Formation doesn't kill them. The that just happened moments. Yo, Maurice's one-range animations look kind of baller. Ellery can also get light rank. Oh, right! From the souls, right? That's like one of the soul options. It's probably the best soul, unless you're skill screwed. Damn. Damn, I didn't even get that one. The Talon Smash! Shoutouts to the fact that that interlude means Ellery is just a peak 0% growth unit and cap her stats by paying gold. I mean, I already think when I eventually do 0% of this, because I'm gonna, right? I already think Ellery will be good even before that Paralog, just because it's like... You've got, You've got the refresh, right? You've got a ton of luck boosters, and her PRF goes off of luck. And so it's like... You can still kill stuff with her PRF. Yeah, it's only 3 times per map, but like, then you're just a mounted staffer. Oh no, I'm just a mounted staffer. Whatever will I do? Right? You can literally buy them in 17x. You can. Although you get handed quite a few fortune cookies, like, for free, right? I missed the S-Rank Dark on my playthrough. How good is it? Which one is S-Rank Dark? Is that the one we got in the tower, or is that something else? It's the tower one. 40 might and 10 defense, 1-2 range. That's pretty good. Insane. The thing is, like, this is Cerulean Crescent, right? So that doesn't even faze me. It doesn't even faze me. Maybe it should, but it just feels like, yeah, of course it is. Why would you expect anything otherwise? Yo, he's spamming his sword. Wacky, wacky, crit time. Just give it to Nerissa. Yeah, I probably will. It's been in the convoy. Just give everything to Nerissa. That was ominous. The bloop 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 bloop. Rah! I remember I had Basil use it to tank on Ellery route. Fun times. Was that pre-nerf? So, cause of Miracle, we'll live. We just need to crit once. Basil was never nerfed. Oh, I got him mixed up with the Bard. Zio was the nerfed guy. Yeah, I got him mixed up. Basil of Baker Street was not nerfed. You are correct. Okay, we Chuko new Ulak. Goodbye, Purple Athos. Oh wait, that doesn't kill, does it? You'll live at 1 HP. Yeah. Damn, Mince fell off, y'all. This is sad. Purple Athos is truly a Goto. We just need to get some crits. That's one. Vermilion, please. Just needed one more. Okay, we kill you. Vermilion washed. Pseudo deity my ass. This is why it's Dazzle Dart's time to shine instead. Vermilion fell off. I like that Chalice theoretically has dark range, but all of her kills come from harm. So she only ever has staff rank. I threw a dark weapon on her like twice. And as you say, like, it didn't feel right, you know? Ulak gets smashed! If you did the other two chicken events, he would have 4 more strength. Wait, there's more chicken events? Okay, I'm like, what are the other chicken events? I'm far enough in the game, like, what is it? I need to know now. I missed chicken content. That's not okay. I can't believe I missed out on chicken gaming. There's a Vermilion event every time he fights an enemy chicken. Does that include his own clone? Is that what I missed? His clone and, I guess, the Joyful Joe recruitment? The clone 13 and Joe in his join map. Yeah. Killing the shifting cone activates the promo each time. The promo that we got when we killed the purple guy, they gave him flight. So he just gets the bonuses again. Because he already had flight, right? There's not, like, new classes. You just get another +2 strength, not the flight. Well, you get flight! You get flight from promoting, unless I'm, like, mistaken. He got flight from something else. I thought he got it from promoting. It's 3 HP, and you also get unimpeded by terrain. Yeah, it's not quite flight. Like, you can go through walls, but... Flight is only Brightbeak. Okay, okay. So it's always Brightbeak. Okay. This is it. Not the greatest place to make camp, but we need the rest. Seeing so many of my long-dead subordinates rise from beyond, I shall not sleep well again.
Were you not a famed adventurer before you venture into politics? I should think you would not balk at simple necromancy.
Unlike you, old man, I have plenty of years left to value. Is it true that each ghost was a foe, fell by your hand? I don't remember every face, but each floor show roughly showed the stage of our journey. This means this entrance, this welcoming party, was all arranged specifically for you? That fact is a little worrying. Only a little worrying? I should have trusted my gut instead of being tempted by glory. You've led us into a death trap. Signing up was such a miscalculation that my mathematics tutor is rolling in his graves. I should have taken my chance against Ellery's bounty hunters instead of joining madmen. I'm no less apprehensive than you. We've come this far. If you survive this ordeal, we shall be known as the greatest heroes the Crescent has known. On the other hand, if we fall, we'll be another statistic for the Devouring Woods.
Show the backbone that warriors or experienced should have. My companion, Mince, as new to adventuring as he is, has shown not a sign of fear. Isn't that right, Mince?
I'm so ready for this!
See? Now end your gloomy talk.
Before I miss my chance, I'd like to inform you that I despise you. Use your anger in the impending battle, not on the ally that might save your life. Resting more will only invite danger. Let us cleanse this place of hostility. Please be patient. I'm taking the time to enjoy my last few breaths of air. Even in ruins, this buried city is more magnificent than even the mainland capital. As much as I want to defend our capital, I cannot refute this. What a waste for this all to have sunken below the earth.
It's nothing more than a faded opulence built to the bones of humanity. Paid no mind.
Captain Oriana, would you like to do the honors and enter first? I shall. Shearwaters and assorted allies. We do not know what we might find in the abandoned halls, but we walk with courage, not fear. We've overcome everything the Crescent has thrown at us. Stay attentive, as befitting your role as adventurers, but do not forget, we are the conquerors of the tide and defenders of the Crescent.
I've heard worse.
It's good reason you're an adventurer, not an orator. My king would... Just follow me inside. What is the meaning of this, oh brother? We know well that Ellery has betrayed our house. Is there any coincidence that she was closest to you? Or that you encouraged father to come here?
Cannot possibly be suggesting treachery. What could the young lady gain from sabotaging her own house?
How else can you explain her convenient absence at the start of our landing? I know not whether my father's death arose because of your treason or incompetence. Speedwell, you are responsible regardless. Cinquin, you must understand that we cannot afford to turn on each other while our enemies are outside the gates.
This is madness. Warriors of House Heron, I demand that you let us through.
I am the Lord of House Heron, and as my father and my ancestors before, as the will of my father and ancestors before me, men, end these threats to House Heron. Open the gates for the new head of the house.
Good work, Sir Yachting.
The loyalty of my lance is only for House Heron. May you find peace in the beyond, brother. I'm sure glad we built him up. What an amphitheater. Take maybe 30 of Arende's arena to fill this thing.
Even the captain's structures do not measure up in size. It's little wonder why so many cling to false hopes of the past.
It must be hard for us to imagine the grandeur of the old world. Indeed, this marvel lasted across the 7 dynasties before I sunk it into the earth. I was certain that the delusional shell of a man sufficient to I was certain that the delusional shell of a man was sufficient to mislead you, but I misjudged, and here you are. Quillian? Were there two of you? What is this?
I've never seen such concentrated divine energy. That's... Ellis, bless us.
Why have you hidden yourself away in our crew? Was this trap laid for us? Don't overestimate your importance. The stage was not meant for you. It should be here that Ellery completes her conquest and slays a mad god. I was very fond of the elevator set piece. It's a shame Ellery won't experience it.
I knew you had some deranged obsession with Ellery's story, but never could I have guessed that it would be such a scale. Where's Ellery's conflict? Where Ellery's conflicts? Ours too? All a result of your machinations?
Ellery is only the latest centerpiece in a long line of spectacular failures. These lands, the Crescent, used to be nothing more than abandoned wilderness. How can that alone be sufficient challenge to create heroes and legends? A few monsters here, a quick dungeon there. An age of adventure was born. It is incredible to think how few bags of metal and trinkets will send countless to their doom. All those lives lost, the years of strife on the Crescent, was merely in service of a twisted sandpit for your games? The overwhelming majority are nameless faces. No past, no future, no legacy. 1,000 of them perished to establish the legend of a single worthwhile name. Is that not summing zeros to obtain one?
See for yourself the callousness of gods.
How can you expect me to respond to such bizarre logic? Are you not an example of this? Without the Crescent's dangers, you'd only have a mundane life. It's the age of adventure that gave you this chance to become your ideal of a hero. One with an endless stream of non-sentient foes to slay, untouched by moral repercussions. That's... Your ideal rises not from virtue, but from selfishness. You wish for fame and glory, but not to be unburdened by guilt.
Do not let her words affect you. It does not change the fact that your deeds as an adventurer save lives.
Tower, tower, tower. You must be ecstatic about my existence. Manifestation of everything you've claimed to be corrupt about the divine. But what have you and the sect really done for humanity, Tower?
We've safeguarded this world from your influence for decades. What's your point?
My forests, my dungeons, and the Green Tide, they've eaten many. But are these numbers not minuscule compared to the wars on the Crescent? I intended my experiment to last 20 years. Now it's lasted 200, owing to the inability of the Crescent to cooperate against even a common foe. The sect concerns itself with petty religious woes and censorship, but does nothing to keep the peace.
The foolishness of the settlers does not relate to the duties of the sect. Ellis's tenets are here to protect innocence, not for us to enforce laws on others.
Your sect claims to protect humanity, yet it ignores this purpose whenever convenient. How many crimes has the sect committed in Ellis's name in a war against nothing? If not for your betrayal, the blessed you call granddaughter would be naught but ash. I even dare to wager the sect has saved less lives than is ruined, and for what? Has your sect really stopped a god, or the dangers of the supposed heretics?
Our purported failings are irrelevant. Doesn't change the fact that you are the root of the Crescent's evil.
What a boring response. This is why you're destined to be supporting characters. Legends use this stage across the eons. You should be honors to join their ranks. Acting out this tragic last stand will end your insipid lives on an interesting note. It's a little empty without a proper audience. I'll have to improvise. I thought I was ready for whatever the Crescent might throw at us, but to come face to face with the supposed deity?
She tried to throw us off her trail with blame instead of smiting us. This suggests weakness, and if there's weakness, we can slay her.
You're right. She must have some reservations facing us. Either that or she intends to play with her food.
She has no reason to lie about coming down an unexpected occurrence. Besides, there's one silver lining. My point that Bard's are the worst kind of person has been proven beyond all doubt.
I can't rebuke that. Ooh, we got angels.
Does not take a genius to figure out something's up with those versions of her, at least compared to all the others.
Understood. Let's kill a god.
Bayax has never been more hungry for the blood of the divine.
So yeah, you can't use her if she leaves your army. That's cool. ballsy, right? Like, very ballsy. That's Quillan's tier 3 promotion. Interesting. Turns out having high res makes you good against magic bosses. Invincible, pass, nullify, war ballad. So she still has war ballad. And breath of life. So we've got warpses. Warp points and stairway points. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Oh, we're all split up. Wait. We're kind of all split up all over the place. We hit the final boss on the team. I would not call using Quillan wasted EXP. I don't think wasted EXP is a real thing. Do not let your spirits be swayed, Shearwaters. We face not a god, but a simply insane sorceress. Let us put down this threat to the Crescent, like its mad beast she is. All units gain move +2. Like, I think... Yeah, I talked about this in the, I talked about this during the Discord, the Hag discourse, right? Around the Traitor and Hag. As well as the other thing that, like, is similar. I think Fire Emblem fans in general severely overestimate the importance... Oh, wait. 6, 10... Oh, no. Empress is over here. Yeah, okay. I think Fire Emblem fans in general severely overestimate the importance... Oh! You've all been buffed. Okay. I think Fire Emblem fans in general severely overestimate the importance of experience optimization. Even in the games where your experience pool is limited. She's more of a buffer and debuffer than a unit you invest in for raw damage. Yeah, I mean, there is a benefit to training her, because she has that, you know, promotion. So it's everyone who's outside of this wall. Wait, how do we get outside of the wall? Oh, is this breakable? That's breakable wall, okay. She has S rank, light at base, and you have to attack to charge her songs. Yeah. Like, she's doing combat, and there's benefit to, like, because you get the debuff skill, right? By, quote-unquote, training her, right? But also, and this is sort of where the, like, experience optimization overrating thing comes in. Like, at what point is it training versus... At what point is it, like, training a character versus, just naturally gaining EXP through using them, right? Like, this, I had a conversation a while ago with a viewer who was insistent that it is impossible for Ellen and, Clarine to reach C-rank stabs by the mid-game. By, chapter 15, specifically, which is when Hamurn shows up. And the idea is like, you know, if you're sure you can get their staff rank up, but that's giving them tons of favoritism. And it's like choosing to use a unit is not favoritism, right? It's you can't ride ballistas as a chicken? This is the worst. If you use, like, Clarine or Ellen, they gain staff rank just from being used. That's super easy to do. What? It's part of the, like, people recognizing that Saul is almost strictly better than Ellen specifically, because, you know, infantry. Clarine is, like, mounted, right? So you get mounted utility, and it's debatable. I would say Clarine is better than Saul, but, you know, you get the base staff rank, and so Fire Emblem fans don't know how to deal with, like, a unit being better, but the person they're better than not being worthless, right? So you end up with stuff like that. But it's one of those things where it's like, they will never hit C. Yeah, anyone who was around during, like, the FE6 community tier list knows this war. Knows this war we had. The community tier list war moment. But it's one of those things where, like, the way that conclusion is reached is the idea of that you absolutely need to focus all of your experience, whether it be staff experience or combat experience, on specifically just the units who are all going to be, like, the super core part of your team. Which is where, like, the Orson stuff comes in as well. Like, people not wanting to get any kills with Orson because he leaves you. I don't even think Saul C rank is the main reason I use him over Ellen. For me, it's just Saul can tank a hit. Yeah, Saul's, like, a little bit sturdier, but I honestly, I also think, like, for a lot of hits, he actually can't tank them. Like, it's, you know, it depends, right? It depends. For me, it's like the staff rank means he has the easiest path to warp if you're worried about not making warp on time. And his level, I think his starting level and starting magic are, like, more important than his staff rank. If your healer gets hit in FE6, they die 9 times out of 10 anyway. That's true, but, you know, Ellen dies 10 times out of 10. Which is, last time I checked, ever so slightly more than 9. In general, the community is resistant to looking at lower tier units through the lens of actually seeing use if they don't have a lot going on over their competition. Yeah, and, like, to an extent, I think, like, I can understand the mindset. No, depending on the situation. Like, if we're making, like, a tier list, right? And you want to talk about, like, what is the contributions they're gonna do. Like, it's the approach I took with, like, Will, Rebecca, and whatnot, for my FE7 tier list, is, like, I don't really care about, like, what a 2020 Rebecca versus 2020 Will looks like. I care about the fact that without investment, Will has the suicide strat, and Rebecca has basically nothing, right? And so to me, that puts, like, him above her, because he can kill himself. YouTube, please don't demonetize. But, like, on the other hand, it's one of those, like, if we're like talking about a unit, right, as opposed to trying to do the, like, this hypothetical tiering exercise, whatever the fuck that is, right? if we're just talking about the unit, if we're talking about like, well, how is Setsuna if we use her? The argument of like, well, I don't want to use her kind of doesn't apply in that situation, right? Like if the terms of the discussion we're having is how is Setsuna if I invest into her, the response being, well, you don't invest into her is fucking moronic, right? How is Setsuna if I invest in her? I didn't? Okay, cool. Then you don't have to have the conversation with us, right? Like, what? What are you doing? Or, like, insert whatever, you know, bad unit you want. It's like, it's... I think the funniest... and simultaneously funniest and most eye-rolly comment I've ever got on a YouTube video was on one of my reviews. It was like in-depth, the review series is like in-depth looking at units in Rev, right? And someone was like, what's the point of this? Every single unit just wants to marry Corrin for Archer. And I'm like, sure, but wouldn't it be boring to say, let's just give every unit the exact same piece of one-of-a-kind limited favoritism? Like, isn't it more interesting to be like, here's what this unit can do if you give them probably some favoritism, like arguably a deployment slot and training is like favoritism if we get down to it, but also then the question of like, you know, similar to the Ellen thing, right? Is it favoritism to decide you want to use Ellen? I guess, but then it's also favoritism to decide you want to use Saul, right? Like under the, if we're working under those terms. Setsuna has big issues in one of her routes. In Birthright, archers are meh, and you have better meh archer. And in Revelations, Takumi joins 8 maps before her. I think the bigger issue is not Takumi, just that Setsuna joins alongside Ryoma and functionally alongside Xander and Leo and Laszlo, and functionally almost alongside Fuga, right? So she ends up in this situation where I don't think Takumi is Setsuna's main form of competition. Fuga's chapter 18. Fuga is chapter 19. Fuga is chapter 19. At the earliest. You know, it depends on when you finish your hot springs, but I think if we're comparing deployment times in terms of like who's getting added to our army, we're probably assuming earliest possible. She joins at a bad level for that point too. Not really. Like, she's gonna be probably slightly lower level than your, like, super trained people. But I think people see the join level of Odin and Niles and just, like, assume that's what all of the retainers are. I think Setsuna's, like, what, 14 in Rev? Let me pull up the Oifi bot while we're enemy phasing, right? Rev Setsuna. I think rather than her level, it's being unpromoted. Yes, oh, she's 11. Never mind. Yeah, she is underleveled. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. She is a bad level for join time. But I think honestly, the worst thing is being unpromoted, rather than underleveled. Because Master Seals in Rev are actually, like, really fucking tight in the mid game. Unless you want to spend a ton of money, because, like, they are available in the shops. You get a ton through the shops, but it's expensive. The free Master Seals drop so late in the campaign. Why the fuck is there a Master Seal on the map where you kill, Corrin's mom, Makoto? It's ridiculous. Oh, hello. Just in case you get a logbook unpromoted unit for endgame. I think they should put a Master Seal in the Inankos fight. The fact that the second to last map in the game has you get a Nosferatu tome is so fucking funny. Like, actual peak fucking comedy. Just in case you need it. Are you supposed to Nos Tanganankos? The Thracia 24X Master Seal moment. True! All as Kaga predicted. Although, in defense of the Thracia 24X Master Seal, there's actually a lot of Thracia units who just, like, are perfectly fine unpromoted for most of the game. So, like, getting it as a slight bonus to them is, like, pretty cool, I guess. Like, hey, you can promote Safi now, right? Or something? It all follows the grand tradition of FE1. The first map where you get an Elysian Whip is the one where you recruit fucking Tiki. Well, Draco Whip, because FE1, but you know what I mean. Dazzled Art's so cool. Everyone's promotion items are very funny. No bishop for you. Right! That same map, the Tiki map, is the same map where Merrick and Linda promote. Oh, we're out of harm. We're out of harm. Harm has been deleted. Empress, you gotta start critting like better. Please. I can't have Mince bailing you out of everything. I like how when Oriana leaves, the game is like, I'm gonna give you a second dancer. It's in Oriana's party. Get wrecked, Ellery. No dancer for you. Meanwhile, you can buy stat boosters for like $5 each. The FE1 stat booster situation is unreal. Although the stat boosters come at the end of the game. Like, it's an FE6 situation. Okay, we'll Flame Tongue you. I'll let Joe hang back here. Need to go here. Okay, I think we're good right now. I'm so sad the FE8 localization took out the stat booster shops. Yeah, I think the stat booster shops are awesome. But also, they make the fucking, like, any discussion of FE6 fucking mind-numbing. Because you end up with, like... I'm one of the people who penalizes Hugh pretty heavily for his heavy gold cost, considering how mediocre he is. But I absolutely hate when that gets reduced to, rather than costing 5,000 gold, people say he costs like X many pairs of boots. Gold in FE6 is so often referred to by how many boots you could buy in like the third to last chapter of the game. Which, like, yeah, that's cool. I like the boots. It's a huge power trip. He's 5 skill books. Hugh's 10k, not 5k. Yeah, 10k gold. Sorry. I got fucking optimistic. God, he's so shit. Why does he cost so much money? But, like, so... I don't think it's fucking, like... I don't think gold is why you penalize him. It's because, like, you can spend your money on so much in FE6. The early angelic or I don't think it's boots. I think you do penalize for the gold. The actors are leaving their stage audience. Shall we join in the fun? Oh, is an invincible unit gonna chase me down? Oh no. Invincible unit's gonna chase me down now. That's okay. We can use Mince Pot Swarp to get out of this situation. Run Talon. Spend your gold on stuff. Don't just hoard it all. Yeah, Fire Emblem fans be like, you're hoarding if you don't use the Silver Lance to kill a 1 HP soldier. But also, it's not hoarding when I save all of my gold to the end of the game. So that I can have 10 extra move and then not use it. How often do you have like 15 move on half your army and then be like, well, but I need to keep them together so you don't use it, right? I feel like that happens a lot. Oh, stairs and after image do not play well together. There's one thing that Balatro taught me. Spend as soon as you get a useful opportunity. Doesn't have to be great. Barely useful is still useful. I think that, like, you can go too far in the other direction. You know, with my Silver Lance to Soldier thing, right? Where I think the FE community sort of internalized hoarding is a pitfall because it's a catchy phrase. And then, like, used that to refer to absolutely fucking lootly everything. In a way that I personally find kind of obnoxious. Look at this gamer. Like, sometimes you do save the powerful items for, like, whether you're blind or not, like something that you anticipate needing them on, right? But also use something when it is beneficial to you, if it'll make the map easier. In the same vein as, like, you know, EXP management is not as important as you think it is, right? You don't want to use it redundant tools, but it's important to not look for the perfect opportunity to use something. Spend your money. Yeah. It's a balance. That kills. That's 45. Vermilion's been really popping off on the, like, get him down to 1 HP and then crit him on the last attack moments. Okay, Quillian's moving, and we got an audience now. Okay. Silver Sword, you! Run, Talon, run! And it's Talon time! Wababooey! Talon go raw. Shang Diao. Shoutouts to Lance Lass, who could not be here today. Lance Lass did not make it. I was looking for her. Because I actually remembered her, unlike most of the other, like, scrub bosses. You still have the invincible skill tag. Oh, because this one's alive. Not for long. Lance Lass appears in this map if Quillian talks to her. If you have Quillian talk to her on the map, she spares her, and then she's an enemy guarding the very top of the map. Oh, that's funny. That is, like, actually very funny. It's a cute touch. We got that extra action glitch again. It is obnoxious, but as I keep saying, anytime there's a glitch, like, there's so much fucking going on in this game. Obviously, it's going to have some glitches. They're pushing Sacred Stones to its absolute fucking limit. So, like, you know, it's just gonna happen. The glitches are Sacred Stones rebelling. So, Cherish. Shankashishoni, whatever that is. Shangshishashini. I have been watching a lot of the game, but why are there so many chickens? Cause chickens are funny. Cause chickens are funny. There's not anything deeper to it than that. I'm sorry if that's a disappointing answer, but it's just cause chickens are funny. Okay, Truquilline dead. That's the last true one. There's a master assassin among us. A surprise upset in our hero's darkest hour. Of course I wouldn't be immune to this timeless cliche. It's impolite to steal center stage from our protagonist, Oriana. Okay, she's going back to the throne. Centuries of cultivation to shape my form into a beautiful, majestic predator. All undone by the years trapped in this filthy, wretched, barren lower realm. Behold my wretched, decaying form. That's... comes full circle. Last stand. When attacked, half all damage taken. No, Empress! You have damage reduction, but if you consider the humble cherished tome, so true. So true. Alright, we kill you when the dragon boss has the dragon skin. The Julius strategy. Is Empress a bad unit? It seems like she really fell off. Nah, Empress is still goated. Empress is goated. Like, getting an absurd number of actions every turn. You love to see it. After Image is just such a broken skill. Alright, so Airborne. Then we get another attack. So Airborne, I'll go through defense, right? I'm wondering... No, not quite. Wait. Oh no, I don't have a Brave Bow, do I? I don't have a Brave Bow for you, do I? Because if I could one round if I got a Brave Bow to her. But I don't think we have... Yeah, I don't have one in this army. That's unfortunate. Because if I could get a Brave Bow and a Rally, and a, like a Brave Bow, a Rally, and an Adjacency, if only Tassel were here. Oh, well. So we'll use the Gold Bow to kill you, and then, if I'm understanding correctly, this should also give an extra action, because Airborne is different from the Predator thing. And then you can just get this extra action. Or not extra, but you can just get this kill. And I think what we want to do is chicken triangle attack, right? Not the chicken square attack. We literally can't, unfortunately. Because there's a wall. Oh, wait, no! Vermilion could go behind. We could get a chicken square attack. Because Vermilion goes through walls. That's true. That is actually... That would be kind of gamer. That would be kind of gamer. That is... I was joking. But your joke gives us... Your joke is gonna give birth to... the most gamer way to kill the final... Well, not the final boss, but the final boss of this final boss. Vermilion, Lilac, Summon, and Whisk saying fuck walls. Yo, fuck the walls. Okay, we Flame Tongue you with Joe. Shoutouts to Maurice, the humble Goto, one-rounding random enemies in Oriana Endgame. Yeah. What else could a Goto be if not a guy that one-rounds? I don't even know. I don't even know. Only a Goto could do it. I thought our Goto was the Sias archetype. Alright, y'all. Just get ready for madness. A Goto can put whatever you want it to be in your Go Heart. Sora from Kingdom Hearts. So you go here. You go here. You go here. Alright. Oh, no, wait! Oh, okay. You've heard of chicken triangle attack. But are you prepared for chicken square attack? This still doesn't kill, does it? 3 times 27. I think we do literally... we literally bring you down to 1 HP, don't we?
It should not be this way. You're from the upper realm. Should you not be free from plain and simple mortal desires?
I have no idea what delusions are in that bird brain of yours, but there's no such thing as mortal desire, only just desire.
Then you are no ascended being. You are only a mortal trickster.
Your ascension nonsense is the funniest thing I've heard. You large birds should stick to eating grain and insects. How can your stubby wings let you soar to the heavens?
To judge based on mere appearance and prejudice. Not even the gods are immune to being short-sighted fools. We are already soaring. We'll reach the heavens.
Wait, I think it's 81 actually, right? Yeah, it's 81. I do kill. Fucking chicken square attack. It should be 81, 81. Yeah, I got it flipped. But we did it. We got the chicken square attack, gamers. We got the chicken square attack. Well done. You've seen my true form. You know my connection to your daughter. You should also know it was only me who could deny her madness. Nothing else. You lie. That cannot be.
Cease to wag your poisonous tongue.
Did you really think your impromptu solution could have possibly worked? There are no miracles in this world, except the ones which come from a god. My death seals Crynia's inevitable fate. Are you willing to make that decision?
Oriana, you know what's at stake. You know what she's done and is capable of.
Tower, can you really do it? She's your granddaughter.
I can. I must.
I can't, Tower.
Is that your decision?
Do it for me. I lack the conviction myself. There was no chance of self-righteous. The self-righteous two of you would be able to take that bargain. I just wanted to make it hurt more. Are those the last words of a god, attempting to bargain for her life? Quite the contrary. All I've desired is extravagant depth, instead of obscurity. You may have derailed my plans for the epic I both write and star in, but your victory shall ensure my name remains remembered regardless. No. You should know well as a bard that the victor controls the narrative. Whatever story is spun about a victory in the buried city, there shall be no god. You'd really give up the title of a godslayer to spite a dying woman's wish? You're one malicious woman, Oriana. I always have been. Tower, go ahead.
With pleasure.
Oh, and he gets the crit, too. He learned that from the chickens. You really saved one town. Your friends, Ellery and Lindros, will... Isn't that amusing? I've achieved a greater victory than I could have dreamed of. Yet it only tastes like ash.
Pay no mind to her last words. She merely seeks our misery.
If only I could fully believe that. I know exactly what she refers to.
Is there something you haven't told me, Oriana?
It was in my meeting with Rosetta. She claimed it was Ellery who invited House Heron's invasion. I wanted to believe it was a lie, but... This is Ellery we speak of.
That power-hungry fool! She's made no secret of her hatred for her family. I should have known this lined up far too well for her to have been a coincidence. This is the third time an external force has been stepping stone to consolidate power.
If it was staged from the start, why did she look so genuine, wishing for our safety? Is she apologetic because it's her doing that denies us reinforcements from the Tide?
How could she show any sincerity when she brings war and death to the Crescent? I've tolerated Ellery's blatant desire for power, but a line has been crossed.
We don't know who might prevail. What can we even do with this information?
We must return, and we must find out. The crew must rest, but as soon as we're able, we'll depart immediately.
The crew will not be happy about this, but it is for the good of the Crescent. It'll take my mind off of... We may have fought a battle worthy of legends, yet Oriana denies us this glory. Is she determined to ensure my efforts all amount to nothing? I see I'm not the only one who isn't feeling victorious. despite the fact we just killed a god and saved the Crescent. I don't recall having any business with you, Frosthaven Commander. Is it so wrong to want to share a drink with a kindred spirit? There's little kindred about us. We're both going to be out of power regardless, if Ellery or Heron wins. A homecoming neither of us look forward to. For me, certainly. I would have assumed you'd be nice and secluded in your frozen city. It's only a difference of time. The Crescent will be united one way or the other. It might be time to consider alternate avenues of work. If you intend to convince me to do Orinde harm, you'll have no such luck. So she insists that I can taste a bitterness from here. With a subordinate like this, Orin, no wonder you fell from power. I'm thinking of retiring from adventuring.
Already?
I want to be an adventurer for the thrill of the unknown, but it's a little hard to get a bigger payoff than killing a god.
I can think of a few things.
Tower, surely you must be ecstatic. You've achieved what none has done since Ellis.
The mad god did not lie. Her death does nothing to end the bloodshed on the Crescent. It does nothing to slow the decline of the sect here on the mainland. It does nothing to justify everything we've done in the past few decades.
Tower, you killed a god and ended the monster invasion. You don't need to commit this hard to the whole being down thing.
I try, Mince, I really do.
You're leaving this soon? Were you not the one constantly bemoaning about not leaving sooner? That was before jumping into the unknown, and before we slain the local deity. Now that we're here, there must be many secrets and treasures to be discovered. Surely you must want that for yourself too. If you wish to stay behind, then suit yourself. Finding this ship will be your own business. Alright. What in Ellis' name has you in such a hurry? Truly is great fortune which has brought me here. Who can claim to have dissected and studied the flesh of a god? What secrets might be revealed to me about the nature of the divine? I'll have all the time in the world. Quillian? I'd like to check on your progress. Quillian? Mince was one day from retirement. We didn't even know it. He didn't die, though. So we got another interlude, right? Quillian's not here. I thought maybe that was like, oh, Quillian's gonna join Ellery's party now. Like, she's been tricky. But she's not here. But Hellicent is. Wait, Hellicent's here. That's weird. Quillian was in the Ellery party. I just didn't notice, I guess. She just teleported over, don't worry about it. Yeah. Well, we beat the game, in quotation marks. She moved twice a turn to get here faster. Yeah. We beat Oriana's portion of the game. Next stream will probably be the last CC stream, so we'll round out Ellery, right? We beat 2 endgames. Right, we got the bad ending, too. Or an endgame. Well, thanks for hanging out, y'all. Good night.